What's up, guys? All right. So, there's a little bit of support at the 75 level and at the 50. Um, some positive gamma down at 54.30, which is right around monthly DM. Well, a little bit below it, but close enough. Out of the money, Ivy is kind of going up right now. To the downside. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up something else too. Yeah, big spikes in IV to the downside. The 54.10, 54.05, huge move up in IV from like 53.95 all the way down to 53.80, 53.65. Even near the money, 45.60. So a lot of puts rolling in. Big piles of them to the downside at 50, 40, 20, 54.05, and 5400. Could be short vol closing on the GDP drop, but VIX moved up hard, so I would say that's probably pretty likely. VIX back at 27. Also, we failed the long-term trend on ES, or like, well, the near-term trend on ES. I guess we're still a little bit above the long-term trend. Hold on. No, okay, no, we haven't failed the upper long-term trend, but we did fail to fill the gap, and fell back below the EMA 30. The long-term trend failure looks like it's at around 5402 to 54, like 5420, depending on what day we test it. But I would say 5402 is probably more important. Still quite far away from the JPM puts and shit. SPXW almost, or did test DN. Yeah, DN moved up slightly more again, but we did get a test of it yesterday. Hold on. Yesterday saw a little bit of a bump in adjusted delta and gamma. The SPX chain, however, we also saw DNGN rise towards spot, which is generally bearish, a little bit of a pullback in short vol, and a move up in gamma max. This gamma on the monthly chain remained negative throughout the entirety of this bounce, which is kind of interesting. For zero DT shit. Like 54.50. Yeah, mostly flat gamma down here on the zero DT negative. A little bit more negative gamma down at 54.50 on all expirations. Some down at 5400. These are probably largely sold puts. Delta into the end of the week. Actually, I think this gives us quite a bit of range. There's pretty much positive delta all the way down to like 50, 5,400, even a little bit of a ramp under that, but this, like 5,450 to 5,400 is kind of flat. So a little bit, enough positive delta that I could continue to grind down, but it might be a lot slower on now that we're under 5,450. That'll depend on intraday positioning too. On the vol side, I mean, we've definitely got a spike in vol, which we've been waiting on. Still nowhere near historic IV, but a move up all the same. I think we're well beyond the expected move here. Yeah, and the spread remained. The spread continued to favor the monthly contract on that. Okay, yeah, that's should check charm. Yeah, charm's going to be significantly worse down here for bulls, especially if we stay under 5,450. Remember, it's also end of month, so there's going to be weird shit going on with the with rebalancing and stuff. We're moving already to a test of delta neutral on the monthly. Careful here. This could be an important level. Could they bounce this? They might try. I mean, there's definitely some incentive to take profit on puts here. VIX now at 28. Yes, testing 5467, which is a moderately important level. 82, I think, was a little bit more important. We might bounce back and retest 82, though. That's the analysis I want. You got it, Tim's. Yeah, monthly candle closes today as well. You called it again. Bravo. Oh, what? That we would go down on Tuesday with the GDP data? I thought we would go down with slightly more positive GDP data. But it is extraordinarily stagflationary. Prices are up across the board, so are employment costs. Yet growth in the toilet, which is not going to be good for earnings. DN on the monthly, it's like right here, 5440. Always keep an eye on delta neutral and gamma neutral moving away from spot. That's generally a bearish sign. Monthly. 5440.96. It's right here on the chart. I didn't run through everything, but a lot of it's irrelevant because we dropped 2% overnight. PCE comes in 13 minutes. It's going to be cool. But I don't think anybody cares about PCE right now. It's expected to be cooler. The calculation's already made upon the release of CPI and PPI, so one could argue that it's already well priced in. There's some revisions and stuff, but unless super core shifts really dramatically, I don't think it's going to change much. It is their preferred inflation metric, but it's just calculated using CPI and PPI. So it's already like a known. It's never really a big surprise. Sometimes if they make big revisions on the day of release, then it can be, but I don't think that's expected for today. Also, the forward inflation expectations are extremely elevated. So what inflation is in the near term isn't as important as it was previously, and that's an effect from the tariffs. Let's check Discord audio. I probably didn't turn it on. Yeah, I didn't. If you've been sitting on the Discord, if you've been sitting on the Discord and you want the morning analysis or the rest of the morning analysis, just watch the last like few minutes of the stream. Okay, that's the retest at 5482 for ES right here. There's a little bit of resistance at 60. If it pushes through that, we might get a more significant bounce over the next 10 minutes into the PCE report. If this rejects here, downside continuation. Discord didn't break. I just forgot to start the thing. Wonder if I could set that up to just automatically start so I don't keep forgetting. Probably not. I don't think dumpies if cooler, dumpies if hot. I just don't think it's going to have that big of an effect. I don't think it's that important. Like fairly low impact, unless there's a revision surprise, which I don't expect, but I mean, it could happen. ISM is very important. Pick up the car battery to get rid of the allergies. How's that going to work? I think ISM is probably a little bit more important than earnings. Guidance on tech is going to be very important. Also with where the dispersion trade's already getting a little bit fucked this morning. Like correlation moved up really sharply on the 1 and 3 month. But I do think MMs are like over long the underlying components. Oh, look at that. We rejected right on that futures test. Neato. Which means that should earnings or guidance be negative, MMs MMs are likely, even if earnings are positive, there's a very good chance that the MMs are overlong so much on the dispersion that they would still be selling the underlying components of the index and the drop in implied volatilities. Sometimes you just get a mechanical unwind. You guys ever see like really anticipated earnings and then they beat and like everything looks great and then the market dumps anyway? There's a reason for that. Or like the stock dumps. I did try ibuprofen. It doesn't really help with my eyes burning out of my skull. But it was like, I mean, moderately better on the sinuses. I think like the pseudoephedrine works better, but it's not bad. Thank you for that. Real Sudafed and Flonase. Yep, doing both of those. It's like tree pollens right now, though, so it's just fucking destroying my eyes. Can overhedge. How does that happen? No. They're not overhedged. They're just extraordinarily long as people move into long vol in the underlying. So they end up with a net a very heavily weighted net long position, and as the IV falls off post earnings, they no longer need to hold that net long. They dump it. There are no trees in New York. The entire fucking island's covered in them. What are you talking about? We've been over this. It's like the whole left side of the island, all trees. The middle of the island, all trees. And then various parks and random trees throughout the entire city. No, everything is not concrete. I have all my HEPA filters running. It's barely doing anything. You like go outside and it sticks to all your clothes and your skin and it gets in your hair. Back to my conspiracy that Central Park has no trees. It's fucking ridiculous. Wonder if we give the actual test at delta neutral here. It was slightly higher low on this. We got 5 minutes till PCE data. Still a lot of bot puts to the downside, sold calls to the upside. Mm. Out of the money IVs are still increasing pretty quickly, so maybe just like a little bit of a collapse in the short vol positioning. Gamma, Charm, Delta, Vega, all negative. Mean reversion for Gamma would be like 55.10 or so. 54.96. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Oop, there goes delta neutral. 30? 3 minutes till PC. What's 5430 Gex doing? There's like there's like a big pile of bot calls at 5430. It's 6,900 calls. So there's gonna be a bunch of delta there. Also, there should be. Not that much actually. So I guess bot puts coming in. How many though? Yeah, there's like 1,600 bot puts there over the last like 20 minutes. It's, yeah, I don't know. 30 might not matter much. It's kind of getting crushed out. GDP was bad, but I think it was more that it was stagflationary. Employment costs were way up. Prices were up. Sales were in the toilet. So big drop in demand, but rising inflation and input costs. Still kind of fell in the middle of analyst estimates, but a little bit more towards the bearish side. It definitely indicates a faster route to recession. US core month over month 0, year over year 2.3, forecast was 2.2, so a little higher there. Price index month over month 0, consumer spending 0.7, so consumer spending up from where predicted. Personal income up. Pending home sales also up. Trump's advisor Navarro 4 minutes ago said this is the best negative print for GDP he's ever seen. I said GDP was dragged down, but it won't be the case next quarter. Disposable income dropped, but outlays went up. Personal savings declined. Real personal consumption month over month 0.7%. Generally, losses of closes below monthly delta neutral tend to lead to a continued sell off. So we'll see if we close below it. I think that would be more important. You mentioned end of month window dressing and pickles picks, but that was before we dropped $50. Yeah. Do you think bulls could still get cheeky end of day? Yes. Be careful. Have an out of the money hedge or a stop on your puts or something. Protect yourself. It's not a quarterly. It's not like a quarterly end of month. Okay, so I know none of you fucking guys noticed this. But the real-time data is open for everybody. Me and Nuke were wildly disappointed that none of you noticed. Shame. I need a bell. It wasn't open days ago. We just opened it last night. Previously, if you clicked on it, you would just get nothing. It would kick you back out. Stress test in 3, 2. Dense Link told everyone last night. Oh shit, okay. He would notice. You can't lower your subscription. I don't actually look at Gamma Strike. I just watch you use it and pretend it's me. Perfect. So people without live data were just supposed to sit there clicking refresh? Yeah. It's for everybody with live data. Hey guys, the button you clicked on 50 times that you gave up clicking on, we're very disappointed you didn't click on it today. All right, listen, Willie. You're in the beta, so you already know. This is not really an inverse head and shoulders. Hold on. We gotta figure out how to get to 25K users. That's what we can support at the moment. Right, I'm gonna get right on that. But you went to get milk and would never return. Yeah, I'm still here. Trump speaking at 11. No, PCE wasn't very good. Or, well, not particularly. Price index was a little lower than expected, but like personal income was up and personal spending were up. I think core PCE was kind of flat month over month, but that's a drop. That's clearly reflected as being a drop in demand, not a. It has very little to do with actual prices. Price index was a little higher than expected. I think core year over year was roughly flat. Are we done selling off now? Maybe for a little bit. There's not a lot of resistance to the upside bounce here. So maybe we test 75. I don't think is volatility coming down super hard. A little bit. Some shorting on the event vol too. What's up with ZOM today? We're still looking at PP targets, or did the market take a dump? Oil's below 60 a barrel. Yeah, I mean Zom's probably dropping more in line with the index dropping, but oil's also down like 1.5% today. US PCE prices advance. That's the GDP report. Those are up. Yeah, it was very hot. But this PCE data is based on the March CPI PPI. Someone push tech, but why? Claw back on dispersion. Don't forget that a lot of the like sold put support is around the EMA 30 on SPX, which is a little bit above spot right now, but not much. It's at like 54.77. We still have more data this week. GDP wasn't the end of it. We have ISM manufacturing tomorrow, which is super important. We have tech earnings. It's not like this was the this is probably one of the biggest data sets of the week, but not the biggest. We also have NFP and unemployment on Friday. We need to drop quite a lot more for shortfall to get fucked. Like quite a bit more. 54.75 should be some resistance. NQ bounced off 19.1. And ES off of 54.55. There's like a bunch of negative gamma at 54.75. Nice, Ling Ling. Well done. It could fail again. We have a Trump speech coming up. I thought I mentioned. Any tips how to start learning scalping SPX SPY and this volatility with GS? I'm terrible at it. Thanks. Either way, been lots of fun over the years. Um, what are you specifically having a problem with? The like reversals? Or are you just overholding? You have to be in and out of contracts pretty fast in this environment. You generally don't want to stay in them for very long. And you probably don't want to be counter positioned to trends because the high volatility trends can run a lot longer and through more resistance and support than in more stable environments. Mm. Next resistance is going to be right around the delta flip. Mostly still just short calls pulling back and closed puts. I don't see too many bot calls coming in. Um, a few more bot calls coming in now. 80, 90. Buying calls at the resistance. 80, 90. A little bit out at 5,500. If we break to the upside of this, bullish. bullish out to like 55.10. So this is a pretty important test. Pump into the Trump speech and then close after if he doesn't say anything crazy. It's looking a lot like that. Yeah, Trump's speech is in 30 minutes though, so if they keep pumping, we've got a little ways to go. I did double triple take on the data this morning. The math doesn't add up. Something is off. What do you think is off? I assume you mean in the PCE data. Ooh, big move up in calls to the upside. Right there. Ooh, going long. Alberta's not going to secede. Can you point again where the calls came in? Like right when we crossed the gamma flip. I jump into the start of the run when the contract's going up, but the momentum slows down and trailing stops hit or stop are so far away that I don't make money from the move. I mean, there's a possibility that the ranges you're trying to play are too narrow. Trailing stops hit or stops are so far away that you don't make money from the move. So you're getting fucked on like IV crush. Are you buying at the money contracts or out of the money? It sounds like out of the money. People on social media are starting to call out the bullshit about 1,000 cargo ships parked off of the coast of the West Coast. It's really barely over 110. Is this bad? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's like 84 cargo ships off the coast of Seattle like 2 days ago. What do you mean they're calling it out? Seattle port's not empty. We literally just went over this. People on social media, same as trust me, bro. Yeah, I mean, it literally is. You can go look at marine traffic. It's like readily available information. We didn't make it over 90. That might be. I don't know. There's still a lot of bot calls. Possibly just support at the gamma flip and then push higher. Let's see if puts are coming in here. No, it looks like they're still selling the 75 put on the 80. And still bot calls coming into the upside, although not as aggressively. They're still there. Trump speaking in 25 minutes. They need padding. Thank you, Gorg. Making money both ways. Jesus, bot blesses you, bro. How many spreads on SAX to try and keep losses to a few hundred, or when I try SPY to get closer to sport spreads SPY doesn't always move with SPX. The spread's been a little off lately. I mean, it still moves with SPX. It's just the the nav is fucked up because the volatility is so high. You're doing like debit spreads. Could just be your entries aren't that great. Make sure that you're like if you're trying to play reversals, you're entering on like more significant support resistances. Keep an eye on ES. Um, Try to stay away from trades that are kind of in between or in like choppy areas. GS should help you with that. 30 posted to Truth Social that market troubles have nothing to do with tariffs. Yeah, this is damn commies selling off their stocks to make Trump look bad. No problem, B Watts. Ooh, slipping. This isn't on options. It's futures. It's a lower high on futures too. But yeah, it's like the 5,500 level on futures is causing a bit of an issue. Yeah, the positioning on SPX is still just like bullish. Well, they got 16 minutes before Trump opens his mouth. Did you know if you hedge, you were way more relaxed? All this come to light since becoming a pigeon whale for life, as it should. Yeah, I do, and that is correct. There's a gap below us at 82 now. We have to get over 85 to get up into the like positive gamma strikes. We're still not quite there yet. Hedging, is that the thing where I double down on a losing position? No problem, B-Watts. I just set up to buy 551.10 to rescue my 604, 599, 571 shares. Hmm. Filled the downside gap. Hmm. Still really struggling to push up into these calls. The battle for ESV WAP, Jesus, yeah. A little bit of a difficulty on NQ too. It's not just, it's both. Both of VWAPs. Rejecting. If we fall under 75, rejected. USD JPY going nuts. Mm-hmm. It was worse this morning, but yeah, it's still. Someone's still trying to keep a leash on the dollar and yields. A lot of risk there. Dollar's up on negative GDP and flat PCE, which is fucking crazy. Yes, it's starting to get a little bit of wiggle room above 5,500. Makes sense. Yeah. Are the folks lovers of the carry actually billionaires? They just double down. Dollar should definitely be down a little bit today. Especially with the EU GDP reports. Trump said on Truth Social at 9:13 a.m., "This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until Jan 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in, and companies are going to start to move to the USA in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. This will take a while. Has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it'll be like no other. Be patient." Is this him saying buy the dip again? God, he's like worse than a finfluencer. What's up, Nuke? All right, hold on. All right, what am I looking at? RTD? Can you tell me more? See if you can I spy the difference. Oh, nice. You put the. I see. Hmm. Is the reason we pumped due to zero DTE call buying? Largely, yeah. Hmm. A little bit of resistance at 5,500 here also. And 5,510. It's actually, bulls are kind of struggling to get a position here. Oh yeah, we should probably watch Trump. One sec, let me find it. He's not speaking yet, but I'll pull it up. We're getting close to the opening of the gap to the upside, which is 54.99.44. So evaluating enhancements to the buyback program. Yeah, they have to. Liquidity is becoming a problem. I'm not surprised by that. Who? Jensen Huang came out and said Trump should revise rules for AI chip exports. The president has a good plan for tariffs and AI. He also said he's certain that he can manufacture chips onshore with the resources of our nation. China is right behind us in AI development. I forgot the slurp at the end of the quote. He's trying to make up for the fact that he didn't attend the Trump inauguration. All right. I'm going to close a couple of my calls and then leave a couple runners and then. Yeah. He couldn't find a formal leather jacket. What's a toe ring day? Mm, you mean end of month? I still have dead calls from the straddle. I'm not going to close those. I'm not leaving for the day. I was thinking about getting like a sandwich or something. Otherwise, I'm going to forget to eat today again. If you say AI 5 times, it'll pump. Those are the market mechanics nobody talks about. NVIDIA got a nice bounce on Jensen's statements. Well, how dare he let the American public know the effect of tariffs on their household budgets? That's treason. Still bot calls to the upside. A lot of them. Bunch of sold calls at 70 again. Just like yesterday. No, he doesn't want people to know that there's just going to be a tariff on fucking everything. The US doesn't make shit. I'm so sick of Furby tariffs. Could this even go above yesterday's close? There's quite a lot of calls bought out to like 20, and then if we break above 20, there's even more calls out to 50, 60. I doubt we make it through this range. Probably not above the Delta flip before Trump starts talking. Because that out of the money shit'll collapse if he says anything negative or stupid, which is very likely. I didn't get to finish my pickles picks this morning because I was like knocked out on allergy meds until like 9 a.m. Thanks for your awesome write-ups. It gave me confidence to sell my put when we looked like we were bouncing hard and play calls to the upside. Awesome. Is it Fox News? I think it's CNBC. Or CBS. It's CBS, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Wait. Why do they have the little eyeball? Oh, that's the number of people watching it. I thought they. I thought. Hmm. I could try to find one that isn't Fox News, but I didn't see one. I actually don't like watching these on Fox because they live edit a bunch of shit out on there. Cabinet meeting. You know, the problem is they don't let any dissenting news agencies into the Oval Office. Oh, here we go. Wait, is this old? Yeah, that's old. Oh, there's MSNBC. Hmm. Hmm. If bulls lose 5,500, this can slide down hard. They need to lose 85 to the downside. Also, we're pushing up above the delta flip. It's been a great look. You can't post links in the YouTube chat. Like nobody's got a live stream of it right now. Valid. I'd believe it. Still bot calls out to 20. 20 is a bit of a resistance. 15 to 20. Break above 20, the resistance is at 40, 50. So, important level. Little rejection on ES. Bigger rejection on NQ. A little bit of profit taking on the call side. I haven't had a red day in a while, like a long while. Thanks, Gamma Strike. Hmm. Why does he look so enhanced? I don't know. It's just his face. A little bit. Yeah, losing 5,000 here is not great. Losing the gamma flip would be bearish. Mm, I wouldn't say that the upside's over. I mean, there was some profit taking there, but I don't I don't think that means anything unless we lose important supports, which I just told you. Hmm. The market doesn't have the guts to test 5430 again. Cowardly. 5534 ES has been a huge problem for a while now. Has it? 22. 34? I don't think 34 has mattered. Yeah, a little bit. It was like a minor support, like almost 37-ish. Mm. This is a retest of the trend that we lost this morning. Still. For sure, NPR. Hold on, I'm working on it. Hmm. That's old. There we go.
Usually 100%. So I think it's an amazing tribute, and Christy, congratulations, and Tom and everybody else. It's an amazing job, actually. And it was done very quickly. We officially designated Trinidad, MS-13 and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we're expelling these monsters from our country rapidly and working with the Department of Justice. Pam, you're doing fantastic. Your people are amazing. We're having some judge problems. Everybody's reading. We're having some judges that don't like, killers, murderers being thrown out of the country. So I don't know what their problem is, but we have little difficulty. We won on the basis of a great border and of getting criminals out of our country. That was why we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. Every metric we won by a lot. It was a massive victory, and we won, I think, largely because of this issue. I put this issue as number one issue, and they don't want us to do what we're supposed to do, and I don't think that can be. I hope the Supreme Court is going to fully understand what's going on. We have to get the criminals out of our country, and that's the basis under which we won the election. Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today. And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January, this is the quarterly numbers. And we came in and,
At the beginning of the quarter.
I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy, destroying our country in so many ways. Not only at the border was more obvious, but we took over his mess in so many different ways. Core GDP, removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3% when you add it. We had numbers that despite what we were handed, we turned them around, and we were getting them really turned around. Gross domestic investment was a whopping 22%. Now, that is a number that people are coming in at numbers. For instance, I just walked in, I heard Samsung is now, because of the tariffs, they're going to build massive facilities in the United States. If we didn't do the tariffs, they wouldn't be doing that. So it takes a little while to get those facilities built, but they're coming in with big, big numbers. They're all coming in with big numbers. We have more money being spent than at any time in the history of our country.
Yeah, you are spending a lot of money.
$8 trillion, I think I can say. And really, it's going to be a lot higher than that. Those are just the ones that we know about. 8 trillion. I'm not going to say, but I'm not sure if Biden did $1 trillion for 4 years, 1 trillion. But we're at 8 trillion for 2 months, because let's give us a pass on the first month. We were sort of getting a little bit used to things, right? But after 2 months, we have $8 trillion. There's never been a number like that. And that includes chip companies, car companies, every form of manufacturing, high-tech companies. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So $8 trillion. I can talk about
The fuck is he getting these
domestic
numbers?
product, gross domestic investment. I can talk about a lot of things, but to
You don't
me, the
understand
biggest
any of
numbers
those
are the kind
things.
of
Just
numbers that
don't.
are, and these people are coming in. Our Secretary of Commerce spent the weekend. He went down to Arizona to see what was happening with the biggest chip company in the world.
Nothing, because you
And
don't
he
have any
said,
fucking
Howard,
employees.
he said, you've never seen anything like it.
Amazing.
You want to just
It's a big
describe
building.
what you saw?
Big empty
So they're
building.
investing $165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and they're building the highest tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation of America is building it. They had 14,000 people.
It's like
We're
these
expecting
guys want, like,
40,000 people to build the rest of the
a
plants.
part of
and to
American
employ
history to
20,000
come back
people
that never
for the rest of the
existed.
time.
And
This
you
is
never
all
s-
driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about.
Is that a
40%
Gulf of
the chip
America
market
hat?
From that one
I
section.
really
And
hope
this is the
not.
biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan. And unlike the CHIP Act, which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars, the thing they don't need is money. They got plenty of money. What they need is an incentive to come in. And the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs. If without the tariffs, and I like to say they're building because of November 5th.
He's talking about
election and
the
tariffs.
TS.
But
Is he talking about the
I'm just really more
TSMC
blunt. They're building
factory
because
or
of
the
tariffs, and
Intel one?
November 5th gave them the
Does he even
tariffs.
know?
It's amazing when you look. And these are not companies that go out and say, well, we're going to build, we have to go get our financing. Let's go. Like we would, in New York, everybody would look, you'd get a building site, then you'd look around for money, you'd look around for financing for 6 months, you'd get your financing. You'd build your building, the market would be good, you'd make money, the market would be bad, it wouldn't be so pretty, you'd have to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. This is different. These people
My
have so
grandfather
much
used to
money, they
sit
don't
me
know
on
what
his
to
knee
do.
and tell me
They,
about how he used to
I asked
manufacture all
Howard,
those
did they
chips.
finance it? No.
Watch
they
up
do
the
it
hill to
cash.
work.
They say that
Boys.
site, and they just started, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've already started. He said, I've never seen a site like it, so big. So, you're talking about essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott.
Intel's building out
But
fabs in
a $50
Arizona
billion
too.
building, that's a lot. They're building
So
the electric.
I'm not sure which one he's talking
They've
about.
become a utility. And I'm
'Cause there's
giving
like
them
the-
right to
the
become.
Chandler
They're going to build their own
campus and the
electric.
other
They're going
one.
to build their own electricity, which they need tremendous
Ocotillo
amounts of
or some
electricity.
shit.
They're going to build it themselves. Anything they have left over, they'll hook that into the grid. but the grid is old and they're unreliable and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility, and they, I think in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th.
I think he's talking about the fucking Intel plant
and I don't want
that
this
they
to
started
happen,
building
but
in
I know
2020.
that China's doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China.
So a domestic manufacturer building the thing that they were already building
I was
5 fucking
actually
years
saddened to hear,
ago,
but
still
they're
building the
getting
thing.
absolutely hammered in China. And, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world, biggest cargo ships in the world. And they're coming and they're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want the goods because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us. And that includes intellectual property and other
Yeah,
things.
but
There are a lot of
boats,
things
Gherkin.
far beyond just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens. But, I was not, because somebody said, well, were you happy? I said, I am not happy. I want China to do well. I want every country to do well. But they have to treat us fairly also. So with that, I think we're going to maybe go around, and we have some letters where the secretaries and people around the table are making statements about how they're doing.
Yeah, there's
and
still
what's
soul
happening.
posting
And I can start with
outside.
Pete on the left because he's my
Positioning
least
hasn't changed
controversial
much.
person. No, they don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. He didn't do this. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, Mr. President, I think we're controversial because we're over the target. And like so many things, Mr. President, you inherited a demoralized military that couldn't recruit, that was perceived as weak after what happened in Afghanistan and elsewhere because of Joe Biden. And what we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance.
That's just because you got rid of Medicaid.
It hasn't been decades since we've seen this kind of recruiting in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. The men and women of America want to join the United States military led by President Donald Trump.
Care,
And the
which is
police,
the lower
And
one.
fire. I always mention the fire, but the police and fire, likewise are, they have waiting lists now, and 6 months ago was a disaster. Go ahead.
Truly historic. We can barely absorb the
Sure has
volume
nothing to do
and
with their
retention
job
as well. Men and
options.
women in the military who don't want to get out now that they have a real commander-in-chief. We're reinforcing standards. We're going to be fit,
Medicaid,
not
okay.
fat, in our formations. We welcome back all the folks that were forced out because of the COVID mandate. We've ripped wokeness out of the military, sir, DEI, trans, and it's Fort Benning and Fort Bragg again at the DOD. We're rebuilding the military, sir. The Golden Dome is well underway. F-47.
What the fuck is the
reassuring
Golden
allies and
Dome?
deterring enemies. We found nearly $6 billion in Doge savings that we're going to reinvest, including $50 billion from the Biden administration focused on things like climate that have nothing to do with lethality and warfighting. And we will have, as you said, sir, the first $1 trillion budget that we plan to spend wisely on behalf of our warfighters. From day one, sir, we've helped get 100% operational control of the border. Coming alongside
Doug
the
Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale
We've
Golden
got
Dome.
11,000 troops on the border who now, because of the new national defense area, sir, can help detain illegals.
Did you guys
at
see the
border and hand
cost
them
for
over to
Elon
CBP.
firing
Used
all
to be, if you
the
saw
federal
camouflage on the
employees
border,
he's fired?
They could hold binoculars.
It's going to be like
And that's it.
$135 billion.
And
It's
now
more
we
money
can
than he's
detain and
saved.
assist, and we're going to get 100% operational control of that border. Our NATO allies know they have to step up. The Houthis in the Middle East are feeling the weight of American power, and we're deterring communist China. So because of your leadership, sir, I believe we're making the military great again. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Howard?
So I have the pleasure of running the Investment Accelerator, which gets to recruit these companies. And you've never seen anything like the companies committed to building in America. Technology companies have committed over $2.5 trillion to build in America based on your tariffs. right? Sovereign countries, all backing, the whole Middle East and all these countries backing their sovereign wealth funds. They all want to invest in America, and they're coming in, again, over $3 trillion
Here you go,
committed.
OG.
So just those two topics, you're at $5.5 trillion. And then you've got the whole pharma industry knows it's got to come home because America pays for all the drugs of the world. So the pharmaceuticals have to come home, right? Auto's coming home, industrial's coming home. So, we've got to train, and your great Secretary of Labor together and Secretary of Education together, we're going to train the workforce to build America. It's unbelievable. We've got so much, as I travel around, the attention on the Trump Gold Card. I mean, it makes me very popular. Last night, I was out to dinner, and someone came up and said, can I buy 10? And how do I buy 10? And I'm like, it's pretty good. It's $50 million for dinner. So, I was paying for my dinner. The External Revenue Service, right? You've got the tariffs and the
Wait, why is the money
hundreds and
going
hundreds of
directly to
billions of
his
dollars
dinner?
coming in to build the External Revenue Service. That our objective,
Fucking
of course, is to
goddamn
replace
government
the Internal
expense
Revenue
accounts.
Service and let those outside countries trading with us.
Does anyone
let them
actually
pay their
believe
fair
this
share
besides
to
Poopy?
America.
I don't know.
And then, of course, you got rid of de minimis.
Cognitive
And
dissonance
what happened
is a hell
these
of a
foreign
drug.
countries were sending in little packages for free and knocking out our mom and pop businesses across America. You put an end to it, and you're going to rebuild the mom and pop and the small business of America. You're their president, and I'm proud to support you.
It's very important. De minimis. It's a big deal. It's a big scam going on against our country, against really small businesses, and we've ended.
You ready for the 20-year at 6%? Always.
So, CAFE standards, we have the fuel economy standards on vehicles that are going to go to 50 miles per gallon. We are going to rewrite those standards, bring it down to something that's far more reasonable. Elon's fine with that, I hope. But it's going to drive down. It's going to drive down the price of a car in America, making cars more affordable for families. Also, Biden had the social cost of credit when we build infrastructure, roads, and bridges, adding 3 to 5% on infrastructure costs. We've gotten rid of the social cost of carbon, driving down the cost to build roads and bridges across the country. We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license, or their sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money that you're actually following the law, which includes executive orders from you, Mr. President. We're cutting back funding. We send research money, Mr. President, to universities to do research on
Autism?
more equitable and sustainable transportation systems. Projects that'll use data and public opinion to inform policy and infrastructure and technology benefiting diverse communities, including women and gender non-conforming people. Just stupid wastes of money. We're pulling that money back from universities. We should do good research if we're doing research in universities. And then one last thing, air traffic control.
Are you
We don't have enough air
anti-auditing
traffic
the
controllers,
government
about
or just
3,000
pro
short.
endless
We're
spending?
working on an agreement with the
Which
union,
is the
so
audit of the
when
government?
Controllers become retirement eligible. We're going to cut a deal to try to get them to stay longer.
Have you
Stay
looked
in
at our
the tower.
treasury
And then we have a
issuance?
plan
We're
for
doing the
more
endless
butts and
spending
seats,
thing.
In Oklahoma City.
There's no cutback
So
in
we can get
spending.
more,
There's no
students
savings.
through the
There's no
academy
fucking
and
money
towers as well. It's gonna
from
take us a while to do that,
tariffs.
to train them up.
Come
but
on,
we're in the
Lawrence.
Process before our 4 years are done. Well before that, we're gonna be at full capacity.
Sean, do you want to tell them about, I think we have to bring it up. We have very obsolete equipment for.
He's not a
air traffic
Democrat.
controllers. The equipment, the towers.
I mean, he
have
used to be.
Horrible equipment. It's been renovated for years. The money they spent over the last 4 years, this Buttigieg did
Some
a
of his
horrible
shit's more
job. They
socialist.
wasted billions
I mean,
and
it's just
billions
kind of
dollars
like
hooking up,
grabbing from all
wire
of the
equipment to
fringes.
non-wire equipment to satellite equipment, and a third-grade student would know it doesn't work. You can't work it. They
Closer to that
they
than a
wasted
traditional Reagan
tens of billions of
conservative.
dollars.
You,
But we wanna
it's
put
too
in a
it's too much of a
brand-new
mixed
air traffic
bag.
control
Yeah, it's
system
just
in.
fucking
You
all
might
over the
wanna
place.
describe that, please.
This, you and I have talked about.
We have a
this. It's
sovereign
state-of-the-art
wealth fund with
system,
fucking
and we will-
$36 trillion in debt.
Our system is safe, but you would have hoped someone would have seen that there's a problem with with fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters coming in at DCA. Someone should have seen that before we lost almost
Tea
70
Party
lives.
feudalism.
It's our job to look and see that we have an aging infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be failures and people will lose their lives. And so we need the help of Congress to help fund this, but it's going to be all brand new. And after you build a brand new system, we have the bedrock and the foundation to actually build on top of it. But no one has done this, Mr. President. There's Band-Aid fixes that have happened over the course of 20 years. You can't have a Band-Aid fix. It doesn't get done. It has to be brand new. The technology, it looks like it's out of a
Is he like
1980s
asking for
old
money right now?
computer.
Is this a pitch?
Floppy disks. We're using copper.
You're supposed to
wires,
ask Congress
not
for
fiber.
money, you dipshit.
So there are great solutions we have available. That, and by the way, everyone's sick of their delayed flights or their canceled flights.
It's unrelated to
We have
Doge.
more
It's just a
capacity in
question.
the airspace.
Obviously,
And
endless
if
spending
we-
is
if we
green
rebuild-
light.
not rebuild, if we
What's
build
the
this brand new
context
system,
of the question?
What you'll have is more efficiency in the airspace.
The
and
government
it'll
should be
safer. So
audited all the time,
economy
but
will be
nobody's
stronger.
doing
We can
that.
have more flights and less delays. So I appreciate your support on that, Mr. President.
Doge is not
Very
auditing the
important.
government.
You wouldn't have had the helicopter crashing into the plane at 400 feet up when it's
Wait,
supposed to be.
you don't
200
even
feet.
live
That
here.
would've-
Why do you give a
the
shit?
Bells and whistles would have been gone over, and you would have heard. The screaming equipment.
Suggestion for GS:
saying,
auto
"There's a
tracking the
problem
current
coming
place
up
on the chart.
in
Yeah,
15
that's something that
seconds.
we
You
need to
gotta do
add, but
something
it's
about
we have
it
to
right
switch
now."
the chart type.
And it would have also sent the word right into the helicopter, because I guess you'll be doing the full report on that, but it was pretty obvious what happened. And there was supposed to be at 200 feet, they were at 400 feet.
Shutting down a government
That would've
program
happened
is
if
not
we had the right
auditing.
equipment. If we had the right equipment.
That's just
you would've
shutting
heard
something
bells and
down.
whistles going off, and it would have alerted.
It's like,
them
I don't
long
like
before
that, I'll
would've
burn
happened.
it.
2 minutes before, they would have had a lot of time. So we have to do this, we have no choice, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna be very proud of it. They did old equipment in new equipment.
They totally audited
and you
Fort
can't
Knox,
hook in
right?
old
Since it was
equipment
such a
to new
big deal
equipment
2
because
months
it's
ago.
different. Some is satellite and some is ground. The satellite doesn't work. This man would know that better than anybody.
I don't
You
think
can't hook up
Kamala
a
was
satellite system to a ground
Kamala was a good
wired
fucking
system.
candidate at all.
And if you do, you're wasting a lot of money. They
But
spend
probably
billions,
wouldn't
this
have
is
broken the
Brokerage.
rule of law.
They spent billions and billions of dollars trying to patch a system together. They had hundreds of different contractors.
Oil's
The
getting
contractors were all
nuked. Yeah, I
fighting
know.
with each other. We're gonna have one great big contractor.
But the
like,
waste
a
and
great, big,
fraud,
beautiful
gestures
bill.
wildly without evidence.
Which is going along very well. I guess I like
Yep.
great, big, beautiful, but we're gonna have one.
Each
great,
department
big,
is supposed to have an
beautiful
inspector
contractor,
general.
whether it's
Audits is a full-time
maybe
job.
Raytheon,
Yeah, I
maybe
know.
IBM, maybe
Elon fired
yes,
almost
it could
all
be
of
any
them.
one of
Well,
4 or
yeah,
5
because then they
different
can't
groups,
audit
but
and do
you
their
put one in
jobs.
charge. They're very big, very powerful monetarily, and they give you a guarantee, and they hook up everything. They do every single thing. So they're responsible for the digging
What
of the ditches
arrests?
and the fiber and every single element. And it's one system that's hooked in. It's not all these hodgepodge systems that don't work together. And it's just a shame. It's basic construction, but it's complex stuff. And there are a few companies that do it unbelievably well, and we're going to have that. So, good job, John.
They're just trying to privatize all of the departments of
No
the
one has done
government.
it is complex. It's hard.
And they
to
can
do
sell them
because
off
as
to the
you're-
highest
as you're
bidders.
building a brand new system,
It's
you
not
have
really,
planes taking
like,
off and landing. So because it's complex,
very
no one's done it.
complex.
And you've given the directive and the support to make this happen. So
Well,
thank you.
ours is going to be an all-new system. It's going to all hook up. It's going to be the same tower is going to have the same equipment, and all towers all over the country,
Doge
all
isn't
over the world,
auditing.
actually, mostly.
I just didn't know
are
where you
gonna be
stood on
hooked in
government
together.
spending.
And
It
when
needs to
there's a
be
problem,
reined
when
in. It's
planes are
fucking
too close,
ridiculous.
You will hear a sound that's.
But the
really ear-shattering.
easiest target's the military,
it.
which we're just going to
And it's
spend more
amazing.
money on.
I mean, honestly, it's amazing. It's real genius stuff.
We have to
And
now because we
didn't do
started a
that.
fucking
What we
trade
did was
war.
just waste money.
And
We
trade
really
wars
did.
only lead to
Just
one
thrown it
thing.
right out the window.
Real
What they
wars.
did- What they did in this last 4 years was disgraceful. Whether it was the border or this, you can name 100 different things. The worst administration ever. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Secretary, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And I think one of the things that I want people to understand about the VA is we're part of the national.
Well, we need to
security.
raise our
You've
taxes
laid the
significantly
groundwork for that
across the board.
Leadership and making sure that with the
We
Secretary
need
of
a
Defense
wealth
and myself,
tax.
we take
We need
care
to
of
bring
veterans
back
on two
inheritance
ends. One
tax.
when they come in and one when they served and have earned the benefits.
And we need to
And one of the things
enforce,
is if we're not doing our job
raise
on our
and
end,
enforce
then
corporate
the recruitment
taxes.
and all goes down on the other end because we have a full spectrum. That's what leadership is about. What we found, speaking the last 4 years, is we found an administration that wanted
Fuck
to
the
throw money and
lobbyists.
people
Yeah, we
involved,
also
but
need
they
to get
didn't
rid of
want the leadership.
lobbying.
They just
None
put
of
money
which
and
is
people
being
at it, and
addressed
we
by
saw
this
wait times stay
administration
the
is
same. We saw
quote,
issues of
clearing the
suicide
swamp.
Rates, death by suicide, not change. We saw a homelessness issue barely go
I'll pay
down.
more
We saw
taxes. That's
disability
fine.
claims skyrocket when you took place over 250,000 back dislodge, which we're already bringing down almost 40,000 so far just in the last couple of months.
50%
We've also put
corporate
back what
tax.
you, and I was in Congress when this
Let's
happened.
go.
And I was glad to see it. The Mission Act is back front and center at the VA. We're actually doing community care. We're actually giving the veteran the choice that they've earned and they've deserved, whether they can get their VA care inside our facilities. or in the
99%
community.
tax
It's
on
their
all
choice.
earnings over
It's
$1
VA
billion.
care. We're going to give them the highest quality care wherever they want to go. Also, we're expanding out options for treatments and others for those that are new. We're experimenting and looking at new counseling ideas, all new drug techniques that we can help with PTSD, TBI, the things that are affecting our veterans right now. But also, we've taken the leadership to take people and bring them back into work where they're actually communicating. They're back in our offices. We put thousands of people back in. We're processing more claims daily than we were in the last little bit, hit 1 million before has ever happened, and we're actually bringing it down. And I've actually taken our deputy secretary, and he is actually handling a strike
Mike
force
is
now
gonna
to
pump
bring
my
down that,
calls or what?
disability claim, plus our regular work that we're having done. We've also taken almost $300+ million and taken it out of contracts that we've all heard about so far. We were doing contracts for meeting notes and PowerPoints. And if our folks didn't know how to do meeting notes and PowerPoint, go online and learn yourself. We're not going to pay for it anymore. And we took $360 million and put it back into community care and also our health records management system that we have. We've opened 6 new facilities just in the last little bit for so
Well,
all
the next
media
the
who
next
talk about
evolution
how
of the
we're
Tea
hurting
Party is
healthcare.
going to be
We
a
just opened 6 new
restructuring of the
facilities.
Democratic
By the way,
Party.
thank you. You're welcome.
Because
As
the
we go from
base
that,
of the
we continue.
Democratic Party is
We've also
fractured
took
and it's
11.6
basically
billion
non-existent
in
at this
ceiling
point.
values of contracts and terminated that we did not need, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the future, but also still maintaining the ability.
So
to
the
take care
push
of
the
our,
push left will be
patients
hard,
and
but
also
the question
our
is
disability
will a
benefits. We've
push
also
left
gotten
at that
DEP
point
again.
be
We did over
violent
$14 million
revolution?
in DEI spending. We've ended gender dysphoria treatments. We phased that out. All directed the savings from that go to paralyzed veterans and amputees. We've also continued to work toward, as you've, in anti-Semitism and also anti-Christian bias that we saw. The biggest thing, though, Mr. President, I want to state, is you told me when you said for me to take this job, you said, take care of my veterans. Well, we've done something in taking that step forward. The veteran is back first at the VA. The VA is not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding animal.
Historically, the push
We're
right
taking care
is
of one of the best we
nonviolent.
have.
The push
That's our
left
veterans.
is
And now, Mr.
very.
President, we're just getting started.
Thank you, Doug. How are you doing with the suicide rates?
Also, 0% tax for ExxonMobil.
We're looking at, this is something that we've had $588 million has been spent over the last 4 or 5 years to be prevention, and yet the number stayed at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I've worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, they're actually coming up saying,
Any
thanks.
positional change
We're
during this
back in
garbage?
where we
Not
need to be.
really.
We're seeing a workforce development. So suicide is going to come down.
Which means
It's
if
also
they
gonna
don't
take
say
some
anything
transition
bad,
stuff that
bulls are
your
just gonna
Secretary
keep
Kennedy has been
pumping
very
as soon
helpful
as
on.
it's over.
We've got to transfer them out of the military so they come to us better, but we're working on that.
Good, very good. Great, thank you. Jamison?
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days in the history of the
Oh, in history.
Whose voice is this
Biggest
dweeb?
deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done financially in the history of the world. And I think we're doing great. You're going to see some big, big results. Go ahead.
And I'll just say something that Secretary Duffy said in his talk.
Oh, is it
that
Greer?
because it's complex, no one has done it. So this is something, a reordering
That guy's
of
such a
trade
moron.
hasn't happened since the end of World War II. And it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore under the old...
Are tariffs a
global
tax
trade
on the
system.
American
And the
people?
net result
Can't
of the global
comment.
trade system is that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places. That's a system you have to replace, and that's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come.
You have the list. You have the list that you showed me with all
Sure.
with all the countries that want to negotiate. They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
Don't zoom in on this. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done. Those are some weeks out, but
Really
we're
amazing.
working very quickly on this. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jameson. You're going to have a lot of fun for the next 3 weeks.
Fun. It'll be fun.
Michael, you have anything?
Mr. President, the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we've had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength, starting with there'll be all hell to pay if you don't let our people go. Dozens, over 40 Americans have come home under your leadership. Far more terrorists are no longer threatening the homeland under your leadership, pulling all of these agencies together, including the evil individual responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing, and to sit with the 13 Gold Star families, and you showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it.
Thank you very much. The Abbey Gate is really important. This was a horrible thing. It destroyed the image, frankly, of the Biden administration. What happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened, and Pam is working very much on prosecuting that person. We have
It's
the
going to be
person,
resistance.
and
It's largely
we'll do well.
calls.
I have no doubt about it. Thank you very
but
much,
a break
Mike.
above
So
35.
the
would be
CIA, I
bullish.
don't know, Ratcliffe, I don't know if he's going to say anything. He's probably the one person here that's not allowed to talk about the great job he's done, but go ahead
Mr.
anyway.
President, as you know, at your direction, the
37.50,
CIA
but yeah,
has deployed
a
our
little bit.
unique covert action authorities in various places and continents to successfully
little
advance
concerned about the
your national
rising-
security and foreign
Rising
policy
Delta
priorities
gamma
to
neutral
advance
might be some
peace,
in the
to
money
end
profit
wars,
taking
to
going on.
take terrorists off the battlefield, and to keep
And
illicit
keep an eye on
drugs
volatility
from
because
coming
it's
into
falling
this country and harming Americans.
pretty quickly.
Unfortunately, as much
It's
as I
still
would
much
love
higher
to
than
detail your
realized
accomplishments
fall,
in
but
that regard, we can't
it
do
is
so
falling.
in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by our great
No
Attorney
problem,
General and providing a measure of justice to those 13 families that suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal during the last administration. In addition, at your direction, Mr. President, the CIA has negotiated and secured the release of Americans like Mark Fogel and Ksenia Carolina, who have been wrongfully detained, sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President, the CIA is being restructured at your direction to focus on our core mission and to eliminate
Testing resistance at 20.
the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
A little bit of profit taking.
We're obviously involved in a
10
number of
and
budget
50.
Bills that are moving, trying to make sure all of your priorities are
20.
reflected in the reconciliation. Working on our upcoming budget. Wonderful
Some
job by
pits
the
coming
entire
in
cabinet
here,
on
a
that
few.
front. Details soon on that front. Sending up rescissions bills to Congress for things that Elon has found. But the regulatory aspect is something we don't talk about enough, and right now you've given us a goal of 10 for 1. We are working right now with all of the agencies to rack up how big of a deregulatory agenda that we can
rejection.
have. When you came into office, you basically stopped $200 billion in costs to American families just by stopping the Biden regulatory agenda. That's about $2,000 per family. We think when we're going to hit these 10 for 1 goals that we could be in the neighborhood of about $900 billion in savings to American families that would be substantially bigger than that $2,000 number. And the point that I would make, in addition to just savings cheaper to the American people, there's an aspect of wisdom when you're enforcing these rules that comes into play. And I'm your regulator for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we found this small mortgage lender in Chicago. His name is Barry Sterner. He had a firm called Townstone, and CFPB had gone after him because he complained about crime in Chicago, literally the same thing that the Democrat mayor had talked about, and they came after him for 7 years on a redlining disparate impact claim and ruined his life. We overturned that. We apologized on your behalf to that individual, and we basically, without having to go through notice and comment, we ended the policy that set that in motion. And so that's happening across these agencies with how they are using their enforcement discretion, and it will only continue based on the stonewall of backing that you've given us to make these hard calls. I don't think they're actually that hard, but no one's done it to this point, and we were able to go forward and do that because of the backing that you've given us.
So maybe the biggest thing we're working on, maybe bigger than tariffs in a certain sense, is we call it the one big beautiful bill. And that's wielding its way right now through the Senate. And John Thune has been actually amazing. And the speaker has been so great, Congress. Mike Johnson has been really two guys that they get along great, and it's just been a beautiful, unified attack, really, because we have to attack because the Democrats are trying to stop it at every turn. It would mean a 58% tax hike if they were successful, and lots of other bad things beyond the tax hike. But with us, it'll be the biggest tax cut in American history. How are we doing with the bill?
We're doing great. We're day in, day out, hour by hour negotiations to make sure your stuff is in there, and to make sure we have the border resources, the defense resources, and to save the American people some tax money, and make sure all those tax cuts that you ran on are in there that help get people back into the workforce. And I think we're making a ton of progress.
I think we're doing well. Like I said, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and it would be the biggest tax increase if the Democrats are successful. They're the only people I've ever seen running for office where they want to increase taxes, but this would be a 58, maybe a 60% tax increase, unsustainable for the American people. Thank you very much. Great job. Susie, the most powerful woman in the world. I agree with that. I agree.
I'll be brief so you can hear from these amazing people. Congratulations to everyone on 100 days. That's been it's unparalleled in my memory, and best I can tell ever. But it hasn't been busy for busy's sake. The president's promises made to the American people have been kept time and time and time again. You all have been out there spreading the word with community groups and states and media. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and let's work hard to the next 100 and have equally as much success then. Thank you.
And you've done a great job, Susie. I think everybody agrees. Right? Do we have anybody that disagrees, please? In front of the media.
No, we're getting some
Please raise
documents.
your
We started
hand.
getting
Have
them
the courage to do
on the
so.
test at 20.
Go ahead.
Again, this could just be a profit-taking pullback, so
and you
be
made it
careful of a
very clear that you
rebound.
wanted to put America first, and also from day one, you wanted to make housing affordable.
Like we just
again,
got in the money bot calls of
housing
5,500, 54.
in our country.
54.90.
And so at HUD, we've been cutting all the red tape and bureaucracy as it pertains to housing affordability and unleashing creativity of our builders and developers.
So you might get a higher low.
Restoring local control. We took down the affirmative furthering fair housing rule, as you know, which was a zoning tax from Washington. So no longer will Washington be picking winners and losers, but localities, and elected officials in different states and cities will have that flexibility. Also, you alluded to securing the border, and such a great job has been done with all of our partners at the table.
Crying?
And at
No.
HUD, we want to make sure that the resources that we have now, which is American taxpayer dollars, In
No.
the Biden administration, they prioritize illegal aliens over the American people. And so we signed an MOU with Secretary Noem at DHS to make sure that HUD-funded housing.
Fortune
only goes to
hacked. They're
American
doxing the
citizens.
mods.
And
Nice.
No longer will it go to illegal aliens coming across our border. We have about 9 million people living in subsidized housing in our country. 59% of illegal alien families use some
It's-
sort
let
of
me
welfare
guess, it's
program.
exactly
Costs
who
us
we thought it
$42
was.
billion a year. And so we have prioritized American and American people only to live in HUD-funded housing. And also, to make housing affordable, we also signed a partnership with Secretary Burgum at DOI to use underutilized federal lands, as you campaigned on and promised to identify those lands.
He's
to
wearing a
build
camo
affordable
tie.
housing in our
What an
country so that
embarrassment.
people can realize the
Yeah.
American
Well, I
dream.
mean, he's
We also
drunk,
restored
so what do you
biological
expect?
truth, as you did in sports. We have the equal access rule at HUD, which we.
Why is this
took that
fucking
rule
button
down
buttoned while
to
he's
ensure
seated?
that at women shelters, that those that enter those shelters would be of the same sex, and that we would protect the ladies of our country. No longer will those that identify as women but are not women be able to enter our shelters, so we can protect the ladies that we serve. Along with our Doge task force, we identified over $2 billion in savings. At HUD, $260 million at HUD were just in contracts, $4 million with DEI. And so we took those contracts down and de-obligated and sent back $1.9 billion back to the Treasury for the American people. Again, we want to be good stewards over the American taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your
I bet
leadership
Whiskey Leaks
in
buttons
this,
on
and,
3 buttons on a
the
3-button
team
suit.
At HUD, and I'm so grateful to be part of this team around this table to take care of the American people. And I consider it a great honor and humble to do so.
Good job.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Scott.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Brooke?
Well, I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but the price of eggs is down. It's news. I know it's news. Listen, sir, today on, as we celebrate the 100th day, I think that it's just such a joy and an honor to continue to do this work, so thank you for that. We have been obviously very focused on the cost of groceries, specifically eggs led the way, as you have so eloquently discussed over the last few months, and we're holding tight on a very significant decrease, which is great, and investing where we need to there. As I mentioned before the press came in, we have had a massive issue with
Where's the
Mexico
cash from all
on
these
water,
savings?
getting
Not like
water to
spend
our
it on
farmers
dinner.
along the border for decades. When I worked in Texas 25 years ago, we were fighting with the Mexican government over the water then. You got involved about 2 weeks ago. That evening, I started conversations, and as of just a few days ago, thanks to Secretary Rubio's great deputy secretary and I have been negotiating, and we hit the best deal, I believe, in history on behalf of our farmers, and thanks to your leadership and your strength on that. And that's a really big deal long term for those farmers in the southern part of the country. On the energy side, I know we've got Secretary Burgum and
So we
his
just bought
partner Secretary Wright, but we often forget that agriculture has a major piece of the
3,300
energy
of the
dominance agenda, not just
5575
timber,
call.
not just minerals, but biofuels. So we continue to support that great leadership coming from those agencies and doing hopefully our part as well, and they've been incredible in that. Our farmers have been hurting under the Joe Biden administration. There was a 30% increase in the cost of input, so the cost of doing business for these farmers over those 4 years. When we left the White House the first
5,000
time 4
still,
years
or
ago, we had
5,500
a
still
$0
supportive.
trade deficit with our agriculture products. After 4 years of Biden, that hit $50 billion because they just didn't make an effort.
For sure,
And
Bob.
so,
I mean, they're
obviously,
really
that's
far out
$50
of the
billion
money,
less
but
dollars at a time of very thin profitability
Likely.
for our agriculture community. So the Congress passed a because we the
could be.
last
I mean,
administration didn't
that
get
that can
farm bill
also
done
be
either.
bought to
The
close.
farmers were hurting there, so Congress stepped in. I say all that and basically said $10 billion to move out. USDA.
I can't listen to
fastest in
this
history,
anymore.
that money went
What?
out to
All
those
the
farmers
unbelievable
that,
historical
couldn't make,
firsts?
plant their crops. And so I'm really proud of that, and you'll hear a lot of that from our farmers today, that this USDA is moving more quickly than any ever before. And we're not organizing money based on the color of skin and other ways, which was how the last administration was moving out. We have canceled $6 billion in contracts thanks to our great friend Elon Musk and his Doge team. A lot of those were DEI, gender, studying transgender mice. Who knew that the racism in pest management? We've canceled all of it. We're going through a major restructuring. USDA is one of the biggest agencies. It's sort of a catch-all, and
lines
we're
keep being
really
blown. It's
downsizing
exhausting.
and aligning around putting
He did say
farmers
we'd be
first,
really
which is
tired of
really,
winning.
really important. A big part of USDA though is food stamps. It is perhaps one of the largest, if not the largest, welfare program, and it's a supplemental nutrition program.
She did say
Secretary Kennedy and I
transgender
have been
mice.
working very closely. We were in Texas yesterday talking about nutrition and agriculture. You can't make America healthy again without your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So ensuring that our food stamp program and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have access to nutritious foods as we're facing an obesity crisis and a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on. And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I, together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important and it goes to why we're here. This is a South Dakota ranching family named
Trump's
MOASS.
falling asleep.
They are a
Dozing Don.
fifth generation ranching family.
Did you guys see him
Charles
asleep
Mott,
at the
in his 30s,
fucking Pope's
bought
funeral?
the ranch from his granddad, I'm gonna show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several hundred acre operation, they used about 20 acres and had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told
Adderall
to find
wearing off.
guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden
He's doing what I
DOJ
do when we
pushed
chop.
forward. So this morning, on the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture with Secretary Noem, who was their governor, as the governor of South Dakota, which is where these great people are from, all charges, criminal charges, were dropped, and really appreciate the Department of Justice. It was a really big day as we sent
He wasn't the
signal
only one
that
wearing
the
a blue suit, but he was one of
over-criminalization
very
and
few
using
people
government, and you
wearing
know
a
this
blue
better than
suit.
anyone because you were in the crosshairs for so long.
Did you see that
Those days are
Zelensky
over,
meme
and
where they're
regulation
sitting in
through
the
prosecution
like
is no
marble
more.
chamber at the
And,
Vatican?
so this family is
And
one of many
Zelensky's
that
like,
we'll
"Don't
now be
you own a
talking
black
to
suit?"
to ensure that never happens.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Great job. Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm, and I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield remarkable results. Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are down, food costs are moving lower.
Yeah, you guys spend
and
a lot of
American
time fighting
families
with
are
Poo-Poo,
finding
but you
their
do realize,
financial
like, he
footing
doesn't
again.
believe
I had a
90%
group
of
in
the shit
today.
he says.
We are America under your
He just
leadership
does
is
it to
on the
fight
verge of
with you.
becoming an AI superpower.
Just ignore
That
him.
Our economy had become barbelled. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried
Bob
to kill the
believes
other,
this shit, but he
and
won't
you're
argue with you
filling
about it.
in between with
You fight with
precision
him.
manufacturing.
That's just when he,
that
like,
we're
says
gonna be
things that are
bringing back
blatantly
through good trade
disinformational.
policies, good tax policies.
Lies.
Under the Doge at Treasury and the
Kirk,
IRS,
stop. No.
cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased. We have the IRS revenues are up, and thanks to the
All trolls
events
believe
sent over by
nothing. That's
Doge,
the essence of
the
shitposting,
IT update
is
that began
having
in
no
1990,
moral
which
compass.
which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, you couldn't make it up, trade, taxes, and deregulation. The one big beautiful bill under your leadership.
You're gonna force him to talk with his
Speaker
wife and
Johnson,
family.
and Leader Thune has done a great job.
They don't wanna listen to his
but
shit anymore.
They have you as the closer on many of their members. And I'll just close by saying economic security is national security. National security is economic security. And it's never been better. We're rebuilding it. And as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank conferences, America first does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Thank you. Are you busy enough? is doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you, and thanks to the cabinet. So, at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I am the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need.
We didn't even
went
have
from
numbers
the proudest
from the
military
USSR.
in the world
It's
to one
bullshit.
in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress
Did
of the
Lindsey
welfare
Graham
system.
really say
And
Trump
again,
would
that
make a good
happened
pope?
over the lifetime
I think so.
of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days
Why the
is that
fuck
we've
is he
started to
even there?
reverse every single one of those negative trends.
4 years under
I think what it
Biden, I
shows
never
to
heard
me
Kamala
is
say
that the
shit.
president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past.
Why don't they send him off
And
to
let's
his
be
little
honest,
fucking
most of
building?
them
Yeah, I
have
know
been
he's VP.
placeholders. They've been people
He's not even
who
supposed to be in
allowed,
the same room as
their
Trump.
staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as
JD is just there in
chaotic
case Trump
is
dies.
because the president is solving the problems the American people set about
He's entirely
to solve.
unelectable.
He's
No one
actually
likes him. He's got a
doing
weak
the things
chin.
that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive
This is
recruitment
slipping.
shortfall. And in 100 days, with Secretary Hegseth and
Losing
President Trump's
5,500 is
leadership,
bad.
we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled
Here's
here,
another
it's a
support
really
of,
interesting question.
95.
Why has
Yeah,
that
this
happened?
is-
Completely aside from the
this is
fact that I
great
think it's a good thing or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order, and why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100
You're
days. You've also
defying a
unfortunately
Supreme
revealed
Court
that too
order,
much of the
not
American
nuts.
media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Pam?
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other president.
Fake BS called the Constitution. Yeah.
Ever. Never seen anything.
Wait,
like
hold
it.
on. It's
Thank you.
Bondi's
Your
turn to
directive
turtle the
you is
balls.
Very simple.
Is that
Make
Bondi?
America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending.
I want to see her. I want to hear who
200
she's
civil
going to
lawsuits
arrest
filed against
next.
you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions, and now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed.
Yeah,
and
probably.
we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday.
Playing semantics with
and
Supreme
they
Court
said to me,
rulings is not a great
"You,
idea,
Donald
Poopy."
Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
Does anybody
Kids
feel
are
like this is
dying
like an
every day
over-the-hill
because
birthday
they're taking
party?
this junk laced with something else.
Where
They
like
don't know what
everybody
they're
at the
taking. They
table
either
like
find a
talks
Tylenol,
about
an
the
Adderall,
accomplishments
an
over their
and it's laced
lifetime.
with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead, and no longer because of you, what you've done. ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,000.
They said
500 guns
facilitate.
off the streets.
And did
Why
you
are
read the
people
decision,
reporting that?
Poopy?
651,000 rounds of ammo.
They sent
That's
it back
up
to the lower court to
151%
clarify.
From 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty. We are now seeking
That doesn't
the
mean
death
they're still
penalty
not
on
in
cases. I'm
violation
signing death
of the
warrants.
Supreme Court
We
order.
are going
Because
after
they are in
terrorism. We are
violation
going
of the
after
lower
arsonists.
court's order.
Whether you're burning Teslas, we arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions, no negotiations, 20 years in prison, or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of meth.
Show me the
methamphetamine
Fenty.
on our streets. Ton
Yeah,
of
where did it
fentanyl,
go?
20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among at clubs and bars for young kids. They were fake, but you know what they had in them? Fentanyl. That's 20,000 lives saved because of you, right there. We brought back 29 cartel members from Mexico at your direction, and one killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent
know you're
in
not a lawyer.
1985, and many of us got to talk to his widow and his son, who is now a judge. And they started crying. They have tried to get that guy back forever. And thanks to so many of
Maybe
you in this
stop
room
arguing
working
the
together,
law.
they have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing everything you told
Barry
us. No
was
more
right about going
DEI,
along
no
water.
more weaponization. We have rescinded, as I said, 200 policies. And I could go on all day long, but we
Didn't
are
they
doing
suspend
everything in
Narcan
our power to
distribution?
keep
Mhm.
America safe at your direction.
Very good.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much.
These are Christian conservative values. Take all the fun stuff
What
away.
we've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate.
Work hard in a
amongst
factory,
each
have
other.
a
Not
bunch of
only in this
children,
room,
be
as
miserable,
Jansen
die.
mentioned, we kind of get a break for. a
Then you
couple of
go to the
hours
good
here.
place.
But
You
we
don't want to
stay in
have any
contact
good things
actually
here
every
on
other day
earth.
that we're working for you. And I think what that says is.
'Cause then you
I'm
won't be
speaking to,
faithful
for instance,
enough.
the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the ag secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Lutnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do.
I didn't call you a
Because as
Christian
come in and
conservative,
negotiated
asshole.
These great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need
Bondi
the workforce
is.
to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish all 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to is the American workforce and these companies about what the market demand is. That's the difference, that we finally have made that connection. What do they need? How quick do they need it? And how
It's
fast
'cause
can I
it's
get
not
these either
bullish.
apprenticeships towards
Also,
that
we
million that
rejected
we've
on
put
the
that law
retest of
people.
Delta Flight.
We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since January.
That's
So
why
at the
she's
Department
taking
of
everyone's
Labor,
fucking
that
drugs
tour is
away.
kicked off, and I
Also,
couldn't be more honored to be on the
20,000
ground
pills
and
of
see my,
Molly is like
colleagues that we're
what you'd
passing
find
these
in
guys.
$1
We're on the ground
like
together
bathroom
because,
toilet
We're all
tank.
collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants, and so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory DEI
200
offices
million
within the department,
American
specifically the
lives.
Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't compliant, they weren't going to have a federal contract. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions were collecting thus in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it. Foreign
That's like
handouts,
78,
including
yeah,
funding for things like
78% of the
transparency and
population
accountability
saved.
for Uzbekistan cotton industry.
Even though only like
Says that we're
1% of the
funding,
population has any
this
interaction
fund,
with fentanyl at
and
all.
Thank you to Doge and to the government.
78% of
What we
us
found
have been
is that we're
saved.
seeing
I mean, some of these things are so ridiculous you can't believe it.
No.
Maybe
I
they
like
could
the
just
government
like
reading
take all
what
that
we want,
fenny
so
and
it's
mix it
fine.
into the water supply.
It doesn't
It
make
sounds like
sense.
a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so again, with the executive order preparing Americans
And then we'll
for
just be
high-paying
like,
skilled trade jobs
we
in
can
the future,
ride this
that's our
out
goal.
for the next 4 years.
The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, and we want to make sure we're on hand for that. And you know, what I want to say is thank you to government efficiency, because you asked us, when this transitions out, will our departments and our agencies continue that government efficiency? And I think that we've surpassed that in the Department of Labor.
Scarecrow
Out of our
from Batman
14,000 federal
was gonna
employees,
put it in the
3,000
USA's
have taken
water.
the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer. And we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored.
You
to
won't
serve.
notice the
I know
cavities
we were
either.
probably the last to know each other, but we're getting to know each other well. And the team that you have assembled is really an honor to serve with. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're doing great. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Mr. President, you ran on unleashing American energy, and 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled.
Say unleashing one more time.
Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days?
'Cause you started a
That's
recession.
Messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace that supply is easier to grow now and supply will be coming. And that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not only more affordable energy, but we need a lot more energy.
It's hard to really
Want to
get
highlight, I think, a couple of
oil
us
below
touched on is
historic
AI.
lows, given those
This
are
is
negative.
a new emerging critical industry that's very energy intensive. It is not acceptable for the United States to not be the leader in AI. We must win the AI race and lead in that, and that's going to take a lot more energy. If you had not won election, we would not have won the AI race. Full stop. Energy would not have been there to enable us to win. Reshoring of manufacturing. These trillions of dollars you led off with, it's going to come back to our country to make chips, to make steel, to make automobiles, to make artificial
We
intelligence.
slipped the
to make
synthetic
all of
line at
these industries
5,500.
we've outsourced. That's only going to be possible with way more American energy.
There's
But
not
we
a
have
ton
that.
of support
We have
here,
those
but
resources,
on
we have those
futures,
businesses, we have those
where
platforms.
like
We
futures,
just need to
NQ
stop
and
standing in
ES
the
were
way
ready
of
to
them
view up.
and follow the
Give me one second.
the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have. Huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America's back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. Also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland. The first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke with many other nations over there. They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renai's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, Mr. President.
You are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you've changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children, and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says, this is what the Biden administration looks like, and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof. For ICE agents, they want to be a part of ICE because they recognize they actually get to do their jobs. I have the Coast Guard too. Coast Guard recruitment is up over 20% just in the last 60 days. Everybody wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126 tons of cocaine, millions of doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing, and the aliens that they are deporting is incredible too. We've been working with all of them. The one thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden
Bounce on
deported more
VWAP.
people than you, and it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation.
Look at
Just by
that.
processing somebody and letting them come into the country.
497.
It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members. Hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table. Now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned them around because you forced her to. So those are all people that never even came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get to get them and do jobs that matter. And we appreciate
Tom
that.
Holm is doing a great job.
Oh, yeah, Tom's a great messenger for us. He just,
Great.
yeah, he's hardcore.
Good job.
Thank
Thank you very much. He is hardcore.
Yeah, he is.
No question about it. Kelly?
Mr. President, it's such an honor to serve in this administration, and on behalf of Main Street America, for our 34 million small businesses that make up 99% of all businesses in this great nation. I have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business again. They're thriving and they're investing. And the data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs in this country, and we've already seen under your leadership the jobs economy is back, manufacturing jobs are back. We've seen a 38% increase in manufacturing loans. We put out 1,500 manufacturing loans in your first 100 days. We saw startups increase by 54%, and we saw businesses under 5 people increase by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you on the manufacturing front, I'm out on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue collar boom. It's now a new collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our warfighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals, with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note, we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon.
Thank you. Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, but
Yeah, thank you.
he's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, you know, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat.
What did I miss at the sycophant roundtable? Has anybody started talking about how glorious his member is?
Secure borders,
Hats?
safe cities, and sensible spending.
These are Chinese hats.
A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help too. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to run my cars, which is not great. You know, could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you know, you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his. You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of this.
Yeah. It's 160 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down a bit.
They said, oh, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you, and it's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Is this Elon's goodbye?
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration. Really only made possible by your focused leadership in delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate.
We didn't actually save $150 billion.
The intelligence community towards
it's going to
ending
cost
the
$135 billion
of the intelligence community that's gone on for
to manage all the benefits and lawsuits from the people they
building out
fired.
what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders. Secondly, Mr. President, like too many organizations in the federal government, the ODNI has become very
I'd like to see
bloated with too
more
much waste.
about the
and
screaming
abuse
match between
going on
Elon and
within the
Basad 2 weeks
organization.
ago
We've done a
outside of
few
the White
immediate
House.
steps.
Part of
We
this
are
was on
doing
how
more.
Doge was a waste
The
of time.
ODNI is 25% smaller and more
But
lean
long with
today
more
than it was
detail.
when I walked in the door and when you took office. Secondly, we have just this morning actually shut down a human capital office. As soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. We discovered this human capital office that was essentially a slush fund for DEI initiatives, hidden under the guise of human capital, that closed down this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization and weaponization of the intelligence community. This past week, I sent 3 criminal referrals for illegal and unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances, and we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about that transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee? Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocate. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both
still have an
protect the
EPA.
environment and grow the economy. At 13 pages of accomplishments from our first 100 days in here, and in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment. Every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, we're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants. Now today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills, considering the EPA waivers that were given to California's tailpipe emissions, where California set their own standards. But there should be one national standard, and right now, Congress, on the House side, is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the
Republicans
EPA
taking
jurisdiction,
power away from the
today is my
states?
last day serving in the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s.
Shocking.
And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors,
like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason, Mr. Vice President, why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming with Navy SEALs right now, be running somewhere in the Middle East with our service members.
Imagine being tied up in this
And
guy's
from
basement.
Our Secretary of Defense to our Secretary of State, our Vice President, and more. I just want to say thank you as a veteran of our military for assembling what is the greatest national security team that I have ever seen in my 27 years associated with the United States Army.
Has Pete signed off on this retirement leave? Is that?
Welcome to the VA.
Thank you.
Because he'd give you that same look.
You're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate it very much. So,
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides.
Are we going to learn about A1?
We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now through our RIF program. And so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidated, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education. The commissioners of education in every state, and I was at a meeting with them not too long ago for not only our states but our territories. They are thrilled with the opportunity now to be able to have more control over the education in their states, to get rid of a lot of the red tape and regulation that's kept them from doing what they're doing. So we're seeing, I think, great improvements. We'll see test scores, I believe. It'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education for our universities. We've returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools for not only Title IX but Title VI infractions. And those are moving along. I think we've brought people to the table. They know that you're serious. You meant what you said. They're going to make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued and they're saying that it's, First Amendment infraction. No, this is civil rights safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. And with Pam's help and the task force that we formed with HHS, with GSA, with other agencies, we're going to make sure that our campuses are safe. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I think one of the biggest things, you'll be very happy to hear this, Mr. Vogt, that we are putting back into place collecting on our student loans that have been delinquent since March of 2020. Been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, the letter goes out that the loan recollection is beginning again. So for those people who have borrowed money and who have not been paying, and that's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as to get this money back into the country. I mean, $60 billion of increased student loan debt since 2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting it back. And Scott, his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And so a lot's going on in the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI.
You can't file bankruptcy to get out of student loans.
Entrepreneurs and business leaders in our country. We can't do it with the infrastructure we have in place today. So you have to be working on that at the same time. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you for your charge to elevate education so that we are providing for every student access to excellent education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Linda. And what's going on with Harvard and some of these colleges that are taking vast amounts of money, who also have vast amounts. They've got $52 billion and really scamming the public and hiring people like de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, who were certainly two of the worst mayors in the history of our country, paying them a fortune of salary and having them teach our children how to manage cities and how to manage government. What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we'd welcome them back to the negotiating table, their response was a lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that. And I am, enjoying the fact not only am I firing myself, but I'm now being sued fairly regularly by different departments of education. But we're staying tough with them. The other thing that we're looking at also
No, I think it's
are
turning
the,
around.
are the 117 violations.
Bull's got
of
it back
big
above the
universities
synthetic
like
line.
Harvard and
We've got
others
some calls
who are
coming in
not
at like
reporting as they're
55.50 and
required to do by
55.20
law.
and 25.
Foreign money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes
Maybe
from.
another
So
push
that
for
is
And
very-
students.
Yeah, and it's very serious.
Where are these people coming from?
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
exactly.
we pulled back their grants because Harvard isn't responding to us, criminal activity by their students. And until they give us that list, they're not getting any more grants from Homeland
Good,
Security.
I think you should pull
Yeah.
it back.
We did.
The students they have, the professors they have,
Right.
the attitude they have is not American, and I think you should, a grant is a grant. We don't have to give grants.
Exactly right.
So we'll pull back the grant. All right, very good. Thank you very much, Lenny. Bobby?
Mr. President, thank you for your
No, Jesus
extraordinary
Christ.
leadership. Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines, the dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us. 453 pages. They're basically unreadable. And they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food.
Doing too much cocaine is not a fucking
And
disability.
we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to the SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are a business-friendly president, probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very much, very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is supplemental nutrition. It is about nutrition. And we should, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying at both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances that make them diabetic, and then we're being bankrupt. We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential and it's not sustainable. We have, I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to Brooke Rollins' leadership, all the states to apply for those waivers. I also visited Utah, which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to sign that. We are working, Lisa Holt and I are working together.
You should have done fewer
change
drugs,
the
Kiko.
federal fluoride regulations, to change the recommendations, and we're looking at the science now. I want to point out that in August, the National Toxicity Program, which was an arm of the NIH, did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure and low IQ in children. So the more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this country, and we need healthy kids. And thank you for your leadership. We're going to get there. We're reviewing the GRAS standards now we're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients that are in our food. The Europeans only have 400 ingredients. We have 10,000. There are chemicals we know nothing about. And we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or to label them. We've launched Operation Stork Speed, and we're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high quality milk for children. We have launched the autism study at your direction. By September, we'll have some of the first answers. Within 6 months of that, we will have definitive answers, not only for autism, but for the etiology of a whole range of autoimmune diseases that have become epidemic in our children. We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation, surgeries, and other kind of gender dysphoria practices. And thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your vision, for your leadership, for giving me the 100 busiest days of my life, and most exciting and most rewarding. And there's, over the next 100 days, we're going to do much, much more.
That's great. Thank you very much, Barry. Very good, very important. Thank you, Doug.
The HHS stuff is straight from
President Trump,
QAnon. Yeah.
On your first day in office.
That's okay. He's
you
just
declared
directing all of our
national energy
health care.
emergency. And
No
this
big
was
deal.
essential because it was a signal that we're going to go 180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden policies that were based on a climate ideology that was the root cause of the inflation in this country. It was the root cause of wars abroad. It was the root cause of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We can't have energy security. Without energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country. And now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away again under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, hey, big, beautiful coal. As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources the 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team, the whole cabinet, Susie's jumping in, leadership across everybody, the National Energy Dominance Council. But of the top 20 critical and rare earth minerals that we need for defense, that we need for industry, China's controlling 85% of the refining for that. So we are running at warp speed 7 days a week to try to put ourselves back in business in that way. So, and I want to just close out by saying a couple other things. One is the border. Few people realize that 41% of the southern border is in the Department of Interior. And then we've got a few more percent that come with Brook and with the Forest Service. But that's been a risk area. Part of the reason everyone was pouring into our country, Biden wasn't enforcing the border laws. They definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using tying two
You have the same
presidents
pink
that had
line I
great
do.
propensity for action. Theodore Roosevelt in 1907 created what was called the Roosevelt Reservation, 60-foot strip that go from Texas all the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking, but that has been largely unused. He gave us the authority to transfer that, and so working with Christie and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DoD. So transferring land from the other agencies like Interior to the Department of Defense, then as Pete said, they can do the detain and assist with the military. And having been down at the border multiple times in recent week, I can confirm everything Christie said. The enthusiasm, the morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christie and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol people say that they were multi-generational service in that law enforcement that said, my wife and I are telling our children never to go into this thing, to go into Border Patrol. People this time were saying, I got a 17-year-old. As soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met, whether it's in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank President Trump from all of us, the change that you're making. And I want to say especially this became very dear when we last week renamed a U.S. Wildlife Refuge in honor of Jocelyn Nungare. Jocelyn Nungare, of course, lost her life tragically to illegal Venezuelan gang members in this country in a horrific way. Her mother, Alexis, was at that ceremony. Her grandmother was there, and Jocelyn's great-grandmother was there. There were 3 other generations of that family were there. They all wanted to pass on their thank you to you too, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary. And really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless. And it's your fearlessness to take on the issues that other presidents would not touch, whether it's the work that we're doing with successfully streamlining and right-sizing government, or whether it's taking on the issues at the border, or whether it's embracing the power we need to win the arms race. You're fearlessly doing that, and that creates it just all of us can sprint because you're running ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. You are doing a great job, and with Chris, that's a pretty much unbeatable combination, I have to tell you. So thank you both very much. Thank you, Doug. It's great. Marco?
Well, it's not easy to go last after all these reports that have come here. First of all, it's Mr. So I better be good, and I'll be short as well. A couple things, Mr. President. I think you deserve a lot of credit for 2 things. The first is assembling this great team of people. Some of whom I've known for a long time, others I've gotten to know during this period of time, but putting together a team, not just of talented individuals, but that work well together. It's something never going to be reported on in the media or fully seen, but it happens every single day. For the most part, I interact with almost everyone around this table to some at some level. And because of
Fixes moving
Secretary
up
Kennedy,
quite a
I'm
bit.
afraid to eat anything. So,
At least in front of it. At least in front of it.
he said Tootsie Rolls are okay in moderation. But it's a great team. And here's the second, and I tell this to people all the time. This is incredibly rewarding service, and you hear it in everyone's voices. Traditionally in the past, and it's one of the problems we got in as a country, is presidents would say, okay, let's go do something, and then they would have to do a study, and then a study on the study, and then a long internal deliberative process, and by the time you got to it, it was too late, or somebody had forgotten it. In this administration, it's moving, you know the direction, because you know why you were elected. The American people elected you very clearly, and basically, it's measured, I used to say by days and weeks, now it's measured by hours and minutes, but action is happening. And that's what people want to see. And I'm going to talk about foreign policy in particular because I'm not sure this is fully appreciated. This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around what was good for the world. In essence, the decisions we made as a government in trade and foreign policy was basically, is it good for the world? Is it good for the global community? And under President Trump, we're making a foreign policy now was it good for America? I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States Department of State. Not the World Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by three things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those three things, and hopefully all three of those things, we're not doing it. Now, we went out and hired a consulting firm to help us organize ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the Department of Government Efficiency. And they helped us do a couple things. Number one is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, or more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things. I'm sure they were very good puppet shows. And I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world can go pay for it, but the American taxpayer should not. We've also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of them. And so we've begun to reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. And we have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people that are involved. Something else we got out of the business of wasn't widely reported, or maybe it was. We had an office in the Department of State whose job it was to censor Americans. And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is. I'll leave it up to them. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building of social media posts to identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
Was it me or Elon? We can follow up with the media's one.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens to identify them as vectors of disinformation. When we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. So that's what we're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office that does that. Beyond that, Mr. President, and this I'll move quickly because this has been a team effort. We have gone to countries all over the world and said, hey, you want good relations with the United States, you need to take back your people that are here illegally. And we've had historic cooperation. Beyond that, and I say this unapologetically, we are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are active, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. Here's something else we've done. We stopped giving student visas to people who are coming here to burn down our universities and take over libraries and harass people. Why are we giving student visas to people who are coming here to create disruption? And we've taken away the student visas of people that are coming here to do that. It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I've traveled, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too. So the only people who seem to disagree with this are a handful of federal judges and a bunch of crazy people who get paid to write and report. So anyway, we're getting rid of that. The last, but now here's some good news. We're going to have the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup the FIFA Club Cup, and then we're going to have the Olympics. So we have to have a Consular Affairs Bureau. We have very good, talented people there, but we are going to infuse technology, again, working with our consultants, to be able to, millions of people are coming into this country for this. And, but we've done it to improve customer service. For some of us who served in Congress recognize that about a year and a half ago, we had a meltdown under Biden. You couldn't get a passport. You have people calling, I have a cruise on Friday, my passport expired. In the month of March, we processed 2.78 million Americans, their passports. That is the historic, never in any, it's the largest single month processing of passports ever, and we think it's a good way to build the momentum to be able to do the visas. Two last points I want to make. We have a great team that you've built. I want to especially acknowledge Steve Woodcock. This is a person that doesn't have to be doing what he's doing. He has a very good life in Miami, my hometown as well. He has worked incredibly hard, has done it without any agenda, and we need to acknowledge him. I want to acknowledge Mr. Boulos as well, who did something really great last week. They told us this war between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is an intractable. It can never happen. It will never happen. I sent Mr. Boulos, your envoy. A week later, I look on my schedule, the signing of a declaration of peace between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. We signed it at the State Department last week. We hope it will lead now to a lasting, permanent peace that we hope to invite them back to Washington to sign. So two great, and we have a lot of good people working on our teams as well, but these are two great people. Mike Waltz alluded to this earlier, and this is the last point. In the first 100 days of the 47th presidency, 47 wrongfully detained Americans have been returned to the United States, thanks to your leadership and the diplomacy that was exercised to make that happen. 47 for the 47th president in the first 100 days. And that's all credit to you, Mr. President. Thank you for the honor to be able to serve alongside
Left a
Jim
gap back
for
at
you
95, but we just have a gap to the upside at 12.
Thank you very much, Marco.
Well said.
Really great job. So, I've been involved in a lot of groups of people over the years, good groups, bad groups, all types of groups. But I have been involved in some incredible groups, but I've never been more proud and impressed, frankly. Impressed is maybe even more important, but I've never been more proud or impressed than I am with this group. This is an amazing group of people, and I hope some of those television cameras were blazing and it was on so people could watch this because, frankly, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, this is an impressive group of people. I sat around being somewhat competitive. I said, well, let's see, who did the best job, who did the worst job? And I determined that everybody is like the same, and there was no worst job. Everybody was outstanding. Everybody did a job. You couldn't pick a winner. The only thing you can say is nobody did a bad job or even a fair job. You're outstanding. And so I want to just congratulate you all. This is really something. And, we have a job to do. We've done a lot of work in this 100 days. We've established things that are going to start taking place in the next 100 days. I want to see what it's going to be like. I think we're going to have to do this in 100 days, Susie, and we're going to see some very big results from the things that we've done. But I just want to thank everybody. This is really very impressive, and I hope the people at home got to see some of it. Nobody's ever done public cabinet meetings. They were quiet for a reason, because they weren't impressive. And especially in the last administration, they were not impressive. But I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and I am in particular. Thank you all very much. Great job, and I think we're going to have some tremendous success for our country. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like a time to be asking questions. That was so impressive, that to be taking questions, why did you do this? Why did you do that? It just doesn't seem to be appropriate. I guess we probably have to take a couple because that was the purpose. But if you'd like to ask some, I think they should be very respectful questions at this point. This was an amazing meeting. And so if you'd like to ask a couple, if you'd like to pinpoint them to some of the secretaries, et cetera,
yes,
would be fine.
Mr. President, could I ask Secretary Rubio, could I ask you a question? You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia? Has a formal request from this administration been made?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. So we will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to. But I'll never discuss it. and no one will ever make us discuss it because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that you could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of our country. He's gotten a lot less money than this would take from us if we were going to build these jails and do what he's doing. And they run a very professional operation. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. I really leave that to the lawyers, and I take my advice from Pam and everybody that is very much involved. They know the laws, and we follow the laws exactly.
Mr. President.
Yeah,
In the
please.
transition, sir, you frequently took credit for the stock market highs. You said it was a reflection of how well you were doing in the polls, and then after you were elected, you said the stock market highs were a reflection of how well the transition's going and the American people's confidence in your incoming administration. Now, the stock market's not doing so well, and you're saying that's the Biden stock market, yet you are the president. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm not taking credit or discredit for the stock market. I'm just saying that we inherited a mess, both at the borders. You could look at every single one of the people here, and no matter who it is, they're doing better, and they are far superior to what took place for 4 years before us. When you look at prisoners being allowed to come into our country at will, just at will, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, when you look at that, what they've done to our country, and also having to do with finance, look at what happened with inflation. We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I would say in the history of our country, it ate away at people. And even though you saw a stock market going up somewhat, because in my case, I had the biggest stock market increase, 88% in the last term, in my last term. But I don't view the stock market as the end all. It's an indicator. But what the stock market really tells you, and when you look at the stock market in this case, is it says how bad a situation we inherited. I took place, this was a quarter that we looked at today, and we took all of us together. We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden, and you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around, and we're going to have the greatest country financially in the history of the world, I believe. I think we're going to do things that, and we had to do it. We reset the table. We were being ripped off by every single country with just about, without exception. I'd have to really think hard for who hasn't taken advantage. And I don't even blame those countries. I blame the person that was sitting right here where I am for allowing it to happen, where our country was ripped off on trade, hundreds of billions of dollars. And now we're doing better than we've done in a long time. You know, we were losing $4 to $5 to even $6 billion a day on trade with Biden. And now we have it down to a very manageable number, and the tariffs, for the most part, haven't even kicked in yet. So that's the way. Stock markets, to me, are an indication, but the big indication is what's happening, and the people around the table know what's happening.
Is it true the Ukraine minerals deal is set to be signed in 24 hours or
What's
so?
it?
Is it true that the Ukraine minerals deal is about to be signed in the next 24 hours or so? There's some reports saying that. And if it's true, has the deal changed at all from the last time we heard about it?
Well, I'll ask Scott to answer the question because he's responsible for it.
Yeah, our side's ready to sign. The Ukrainians decided last night to make some last-minute changes. We're sure that they will reconsider that, and we are ready to sign this afternoon if they are.
Can you talk about those last minute changes? What was removed or put in its place?
Nothing's been removed. It's the same agreement that we agreed to on the weekend. No changes on our side.
Just to put that in perspective, though, when I came here, I said, how much money have we given to Ukraine? The real number is about $350 billion. It's unthinkable. And we had no security. We had no nothing. We were just pouring money there, unsecured money, putting it in banks, and anybody could have taken it out. You know, anybody over there was their decision. I've never seen anything like it. Europe, on the other hand, which is obviously that whole situation is much more important to Europe because we have an ocean in between. But Europe gave about $100 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a big sacrifice they made also. But they gave much less than we did. and their money is secured, totally
Gap
secured
filled.
by
2 gaps left
deposits
to the downside.
in banks. The deposits are largely Russian deposits. That's what Europe did, but their money is secured. So they gave 100 billion totally secured. We gave money like it's throwing it out the window. And it was done by Biden, and this is Biden's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm trying to get out. And more than the money, they're losing about 5,000 young Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week, mostly. There's some people also being killed in towns where missiles should not have been
That's what we
shot.
can
Small
nuke a
cities
shot out.
and
RTD
towns.
is fucking
But
sick.
we are
Yeah, it is.
trying to save
It's gonna
the
get
lives
more
of about
sick, too,
5,000
probably.
young, mostly soldiers that are losing their lives a week. I see satellite.
It's
photos,
like still
probably
very much in
one
the
or two
testing
satellites, come to
phase.
think of it. But I see
How's that
satellite
gonna happen?
photos every week of fields with arms and heads
We'll discuss
and
that.
legs scattered all over. It's a violent, violent, horrible situation. And more important than the money, I want to save the lives of people from other countries that are dying so stupidly, so needlessly, and they're dying. But I said, what are we doing? How did we get into this war? It would have never happened if I were
Not
president.
yet.
Everybody knows, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Wasn't even thought of. I discussed it with President Putin a lot. Ukraine, it was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to do anything. Zero chance. And I said, we feel foolish. The Europeans are putting up money. It's totally secure. They get the money back. We're putting up much more money. We have absolutely nothing. And I didn't want to make a complicated deal. I didn't want to make a deal that couldn't be made because Ukraine
Well,
doesn't have very
RTD
much
could get
money. They're going
faster.
through a very bad period of time. It's been brutal. But I felt very foolish being a judge. So I said, well, we want something for our efforts beyond what you would think would be acceptable.
Faster?
And we said
What?
rare earth. They're very good rare earth. As you know, we're looking for rare earth all the time. Rare earth is called rare for a reason. And
No, we
they have a
can't
lot.
time
And
travel.
we
That's
made a deal
ridiculous.
where our money is secure, where we can start digging and doing what we have to do. It's also good for them because you'll have an American presence at the site, Chris. And the American presence will, I think, keep a lot of bad actors out of the country or certainly out of the area where we're doing the digging. So we made a deal, and I assume they're going to honor the deal. And I put Scott in charge, and Scott's done it beautifully, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that deal yet. I suspect we will.
Mr. President, sir,
progress.
You had set a 90-day deadline through an executive order for Secretaries Hegseth and Nome to review whether to recommend to you whether to invoke the Insurrection Act to send troops to the southern border. Is that something you're still considering?
Well, I'm talking to them, and it's not hard and fast, but I'm talking to them, and I will tell you that the border is the most secure it's ever been. We have never had anything like it. And when you said, Christy, before, it's 99.999, and I guess that means one person maybe, or two people. It's actually turned out to be 3 people came across the border versus hundreds of thousands of people under Biden. And we're talking about people coming, look, people, they have souls, they have hearts, many of them are good, but we have a country that's under siege. We have a country that really is I think it's under attack. In many ways worse than under attack because there are no uniforms. You don't know who the attacker is, so you really don't. It's not like you're fighting an army. You're fighting people, you don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered far more than one person, are roaming. Now, some of them have already been caught. A lot of them have already been caught and taken out. But we're being impeded by judges from doing our job. And hopefully that situation is going to be solved because I think nobody wants to have murderers and people from jail, and I mean for serious, serious crime. I remember the Biden people used to say, no, these are aliens that came into our country and they don't commit crime. I said, they don't commit crime, they commit worse crime. They make our criminals. Some of these people that they've allowed in through open border policies, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You can look at some of these people and you say, this is not going to end well. But the people that they've allowed into our country, are making our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. I will tell you, these are serious criminals. These are violent criminals. These are people that would kill you and wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even remember it. This is a rough, tough group of people, and we've got to get them out of our country. And the law says, I believe, I hope, and I think Pam will be very successful in proving it, but we've run into, I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. And we didn't lose all of these people. You know, we've lost a lot of people to death and to rape, all sorts of crimes committed by the people that poured into our country. And they came in totally unimpeded. Just come on in. And you see it every night. You'd see thousands and tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We have no idea who they are. And to this day, we're looking for people. We have no idea. We hear that we have terrorists in our country that are so bad, they couldn't stay in any other country, but we're getting them out. And the group between Pete and Christie and Tom Holman and everybody working together, people that you would least suspect are reporting them, getting it, and the public is reporting them. The public is seeing. The public is calling and they're saying, you know, I live in a house and next to me moved in a group of people and they are very violent, and would go and would find out and would say, yeah, you're right, they were really violent, and we have information on most of them. So I just think it's incredible what's taken place. But we right now have a very secure border. Right now we have the most secure border in the history of our country, so I don't think we have to worry about your question too much.
Mr. President, as Prime Minister of Canada ran against, not only against the Conservatives, but also against you.
Well,
yesterday,
both parties.
Prime, yeah, and yesterday he spoke about American betrayal. Are you interested in rebuilding relations with Canada, and if so, how?
No, well, I think we're going to have a great relationship. He called me up yesterday. He said, "Let's make a deal." You know, he was running for office. They both hated Trump, and it was the one that hated Trump, I think, the least that won. I actually think the conservative hated me much more than
Mineral deal's bullish, I
the
guess.
so-called liberal. He's a pretty liberal
If it
guy.
goes through.
But no, I spoke to him yesterday. Couldn't have been nicer, and I congratulated him. You know, it was a very mixed signal because it's almost even, which makes it very complicated for the country. It's a pretty tight race, but he's a very nice gentleman, and he's going to come to the White House very shortly, within the next week or less.
Mr.
President,
when will you speak to President Xi of China?
That'll happen. I mean, look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling this stuff. Much of it we don't need. You know, somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, but China, I would say, is the leading one, the leading candidate for the chief ripper offer. There has never been a country that's been ripped off more than the United States of America under some of the dumbest leadership, and it usually starts with the president. And you can go back, and I'm not just talking about Biden. It's been the worst. I mean, the trade deficits and everything else, he's been the worst. But he had no idea what he was doing, and I think somebody ought to look at the auto pen to find out who was really running this country, because it wasn't Biden. Because nobody could agree to what he agreed to. I mean, he put our country at risk, at tremendous risk, and fiscal risk, financial risk. So I think we have it very much. I really believe that the next 100 days is going to be even better than this. Look, I read an editorial yesterday from a group that normally wouldn't write that this is the most consequential presidency in history, in the history of our country. This is not a particular group that would write that kind of an editorial, but they see what we're doing and what we had to do. And I believe if this group, not just me, if this group wasn't here, I think our country was going to be in, if it was lucky, just serious trouble, but a lot worse than that. I think our country could have been a total disaster. Bad things were happening with our country, and we've stemmed the tide, we've turned it around, but we're going to really turn it around over the next 3 years, 3.5 years, we're going to turn it around, and then hopefully it'll be in such great shape. That's my goal, to put it in such great condition that it can't be destroyed.
Honda already manufactures like the majority of their vehicles in the U.S. They're like second place to Tesla.
Sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people on that?
There are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much. I thought this was an incredible cabinet meeting. I think there's probably has never been a cabinet meeting like this. You've never seen it on tape, that I can tell you. And I want to just congratulate everybody at the table. But we have a lot of work to do, but we're off to a great start. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you enjoy, Mr. President, leaving in the White House back second time?
Thank you,
How's
everybody.
your life here?
Thank you, everybody.
I'm working hard. I like my life. I'm working hard, but I like it because we're doing a lot of good for.
Hmm. I want to be deported after that. I'm sure they'd be happy to help you with that. American cars are unreliable. Although Buick was pretty close to the top of the list. India issued no TAM, no fly zone for all Pakistani flagged aircraft. Something is afoot. Yeah, they're been trying to go to war with each other forever. What's going on, Vape? We left 3 gaps to the downside. I don't know. There's not a lot of positioning above gamma neutral, but it's starting to build. So a lot of the risk is out of the way. Bulls might just try to pump on that alone. Gap fill, then back up. I don't think filling the gaps would be very bullish. It's quite a lot of them. And they're all the way down. All the way down to like fucking 54.95, which would mean slipping support. I think they're bot calls, largely. But there's some profit taking on the 25. Bot calls at 35.40, which is difficult. So some of the out of the money bot calls I'm not super concerned with. But there are bot calls at 55.15 in the money. Those are going to be supportive. That depends. I mean, if profit taking picks up pace again, like it did on the last high, then maybe. But we've started to push into the gap now, so I think there's a very good chance the bulls try to keep running with it. No, I don't know. I wasn't looking at that. Charm and Delta are a little bit positive here. ISM could have a similar impact, yeah. The gap between close and open, yeah. The big fat gap to the upside of us on SPX. It's not small. Also, a lot of this price action is just retesting the trend, which isn't like long-term bullish or anything. It's kind of a little bit bearish that we haven't broken up above it yet. This level right here is the prior week close for ES, this like 55.50 level. Where are we back up? Because Trump finally stopped talking and they didn't say anything super bearish. It doesn't make GDP better, but mm, mm. Futures is kind of slipping a little. GDP data was 5 hours ago, and doesn't mean it was good. 2 quarters of negative GDP, you got yourself a recession. Hmm. This is bullish consolidation still. It's still one of my 55/20s. I'm sorry to hear that. kind of a head and shoulders, but not really. I wonder when we get the collar roll. Did the baby collar roll yet? Has anyone checked? Hasn't happened yet. Do you see where the Bulls lose their support here? They don't have a lot of support here. They only have support at like 20 and 10, really. And Gamma falls off really steeply to the downside. But there's other effects today. Goodbye, my sweet pets. Oh. Where there did you buy pets? $2 of dumpies? I don't know. I don't think we're getting 2 hours of dumpies. Why is everyone's expectations so wild? The 20 test? Oh, that's not that bad. There is support at 20, though. You're addicted to snorting pits. You guys are ridiculous. You had that this morning. Ah, fuck. Yes. No, I didn't. Why not? Yeah, but they don't still have them. We've been all the way down to delta neutral. No, they're just regular eye drops. Ooh, we lost 20. There you go. Rehypothecated vape is back in it. I don't know what ISM is going to look like, but if manufacturers still haven't recovered, it's going to be a problem. Artificial tears are much healthier. These are antihistamine drops. Can you ask Jayfresh if I can borrow his hot tub pool for the weekend? Oh yeah, go ahead. I'll make an executive decision. You absolutely can go to Jayfresh's house this weekend. So patient. We need a good 10 to 12 years for manufacturing to be really robust. Yes. Not you guys, just Carl. Retesting 20. Failing. Ooh. Honey, there's a guy with 6 bottles of wine in our hot tub. Those would be empty by then. Where's your QQQ put indicator today? What do you want to know about QQQ? We have it. It's right here. No, the TQQQ one? Oh, the secret one? I don't even know if I have that loaded up right now. Ooh, collars rolled? Which one is that? Contract size? It's the medium one. Oh, yeah, okay, that's right. Hmm. 5320 puts. That's going to be a little bit bearish. Still time for them to move it, though. He said 5320, not 5230. Which one is it? Ooh. That's fun. Was that news? No. What was that? This is what I was talking about the end of the month being weird. I'm really glad I didn't have any futures contracts. 52, 30, 44. Okay. We're ending the day green, aren't we? Well, that was a big help. U.S. reaches out to China for tariff discussion. That's what we ran on. The source is Yuan Tanshan. Alright. At least I wasn't short ES. That would have hurt. I was? Ow. Did you get out on the pullback though? Usually on a move like that, as long as you don't get margin called, futures will pull back a little bit. Not always, but usually. Everyone like fights back to not get fucking burned. the Confucius said that. Oh, fuck. I feel like it's kind of... Well, we also have the collar rule, like, right now, too, so... It took them months to even say, hi, what's up? It's going to be years before they reach an agreement, or never, because one side has zero motivation to reach one. We have no cards. That's because we folded. More pump left in this? I don't know. A bunch of the out of the money calls fucking closed, so like on that first test, they just took profits because I don't think they ever expected to actually go in the money. But we've got some put buying at 55, 40, 35. And then a little bit coming in at 30, but bot calls at every strike to the upside out to 55, 65. I don't think things shifted dramatically. Yeah, 55, 60, 65 is pretty near like where the top of the day could be. Still not a lot of supportive delta, but Charm's in a better place here. What's so bullish? Apparently, there's China confirmed that a negotiation has been started. Oh, so they're admitting that the U.S. government's been lying all along. The U.S. is proactively reaching out to China through various channels, seeking to negotiate on tariff issues. Yu Yuan Tanshan, a Weibo account affiliated with state-run China Central Television. The post cited unidentified people with knowledge China doesn't need to negotiate with the U.S. until the Trump administration takes meaningful moves first, it added. That's a totally real source. Seems completely legitimate. The US probably wrote that. The accuracy of that assumption is pretty high. Yeah, some end of month bullshit. Seems like the market's starting to not believe the news. Ah, buy the rumor, sell the news. Here we are, living the super stock dream. The weirdest thing today is dollar being up. Yeah, it's pretty strange. Although the 2 year is down quite a lot, so. Some of it could have been from the collar rule. There were a lot of out of the money calls, so. that had been kind of just sitting there all day. They took advantage of the spike and took profits. I mean, I don't think negative GDP is good. We'll want to see ISM and inflation data, though. If inflation starts moving up on the initial tariffs that have already been set, then that would be very bad. Also, we have a Fed meeting coming up, so inaction from the Fed is also probably going to, well, actually, inaction from the Feds would probably moderate yields, but if the Fed cuts based on the drop in labor data, because inflation and labor are falling a bit out of line. So the potential for them to cut is there. I don't think they will, but it is there. If they do, rates will probably go up. I mean, Apple earnings aren't during the tariff period, so they'll probably be fine. I mean, I don't expect tech earnings to be particularly bad. I think the risk with tech is going to be more on guidance. I don't own a Ski-Doo, although I'd like to own one, but I would also never use it. It's confusing. Seems like companies are just passing on giving future guidance. I mean, that's the same as just not giving guidance. Don't you remember GME? Like, no guidance is bad guidance. For 427 million views, 182 likes. Hmm. I know what you're saying. I understand. Is there going to be a pullback on this bounce? Ooh. Back down to 20. Spicy. Okay, that's everybody who got fucked netted off. So, ultimate question, if the news that you ran on was fake, is the run still valid? If you cashed out at the top, then yes. Tariffs are still in effect. Hmm. World record for some gear had to be 100% tariff. Jesus. Shit made in China. This keeps slipping. Next support's at 10. Yup. Have fun, everybody. It was made in China. You can't just send it back. That makes sense. While it's sitting in customs, $1,500 a day. Ouch. That fucking sucks. It's worse than getting assigned on futures. How far can we fall here? If we lose 10? 54.90? Maybe further. to my computer from going to this website. Still slightly supportive. Nobody says in the past couple of weeks that we got news that was actually just saying nothing has happened yet. A bunch. The market develop a nut allergy? No. There's like a post on Weibo from a Chinese news agency related account. Charm is negative here? I don't think so. Let me double check. No, Charm's negative under 5,500. Charm is fine here. Gamma still falls off to the downside, but also picks up to the upside. We're not quite over the hump on speed Nevada. If we lose 55.10 though, that would be kind of a big deal, I think. At least on the vol side of things. Ten penny stocks have 23% of the tape volume today. Goldman. Charm is delta decay. Delta on contracts decays either positively or negatively into expiry. So out of the money contracts, delta decays to 0. In the money contracts, delta decays to 1. And there's a push-pull on the market from that. At least on SPX, 0 DTs. Look, is TMO. Hey, Dork, he built that hill of stupidity with his bare hands. That's because tariffs aren't real as like a MAGA rallying cry at this point. It's literally what Republicans say to each other when their fucking businesses are getting wrecked by Trump's stupid fucking decisions. It's go look at like 4chan or like the Republican subreddits. It's all over the place. Art of the deal. RTD is beautiful. I can't stop staring at it. Thanks for actually ruining my day job productivity, you monster. Alright, fine. What's left of 4chan? No, you just blame it on Sleepy Joe. I give it like 6 months before Trump starts doing actual naps in meetings. You can tell he's getting used to the stimulants. They're not as effective anymore. You guys are gonna make me quit my job at this rate. What if I told you that real-time data can get better? No, drowsy Don. Right now he's drowsy Don. He'll be sleepy Don in 6 months. Dementia Don. Hey, don't talk about whiskey leaks like that. Is GS gonna give a new meaning to futures? You'll see. GS already gives a new meaning to futures, just trading the SPX data. And I'm not gonna lie, I like futures way better than zero DTEs. They're pretty fun. Let's get some AI recommended moves based on our active positions. Regardless of what you think will or won't happen, they need long duration yields down or we're fucked. Poopy. We're already fucked. That's the difference in opinion. You think they've got something in the backpack that they can pull out and it'll save everything, but they don't. And Trump's making it worse. Magic. Even Kenny disagrees. On record. Maybe doesn't want to admit it, but his entire worldview is one big appeal to authority. It's most people in the market's worldview. Otherwise, why would you invest in the market? Zero coupon century bonds. Who do you think's gonna fucking buy them? They'll just buy more gold. Fuck the dollar. Yeah, Ken Griffin. Not Griffith. Kenneth Cordell. Kathy Griffin is. God damn it. I invest in the markets that I can one day be wealthy enough to be the authority. Update day 2156. I'm 6 figures further away from that dream than when I started. Oh, wait, Brett, I thought you got closer to the dream. Did you blow it all up trading chop? I finally ignored Poopy today in Discord. Now I'm annoyed by one message ignored warnings rather than dumb nonsense. I think you could turn off the notifications. I don't know about that. Quickname's been killing it. I've killed it half. I've killed half of it in the last 10 days. Oh boy. Yeah, negative rates happen. So Moody's and S&P are like, the US is 5 to 15 years away from total economic collapse. But people are going to want to buy our century bonds. What kind of rating do you think they're going to get? This is why I said that Trump actively disrupting the fabric of our constitution is a problem, because the bond market doesn't like it. There's no geopolitical leverage in it. We proved that with Russia. We'll just cancel your fucking debt. I don't think you want Theta for total economic collapse, Gen. AAA of 2008 taught us anything. They're usually inverse one another, but yes, they're usually they're highly correlated, except in periods of high stress. Long U.S. cooked, not yet. Cooking. Low simmer. So it will crash stocks to crash yields. But that's not going to be the effect of crashing stocks right now. Which they just found out the last time they tried to crash stocks. I agree. That's absolutely what Trump tried to do. But he failed at it. And almost blew up the bond market. Gotta get rid of that pesky carry trade first. So what you really need to do is you need to crash the dollar, squeeze out the carry, then crash stocks. Which still means yields in the short term way up. Probably above what banks can handle, which means there may be no recovery. He didn't half-ass it, he really gave it his all. We can't hike rates. The banks would rather gamble on a 1 in 10 chance than hike rates. But the BOJ is, according to them, not supposed to hike tonight, but I mean, there's always a chance they could. I think if the BOJ hikes tonight, it's a pretty good sign that they're making trade deals with China. Isn't this all a bill coming due since the 2008 bank bailouts? To a degree, yeah. Wow, Vega just shifted on the tails super hard. Hmm. What, man? I don't know. I can't show you on the chart. That was fucking weird. Dirk, did you see that? Too busy listening to NPR and smoking ayahuasca. Oh, okay. Um, I'll send you what happened. We have to raise taxes on the rich. Wealth is too highly concentrated at the top. That's not partisan. It's just we need to do it. Who will donate to politicians? I'll pay more taxes. That's fine. There are even a few rich people that agree with that. Yeah, there are. Corporations are always crying about taxes, regardless of their profitability. Chances of Japan hiking tonight greater than 0? Sure, but based on their statement, 0. It'd be very weird for them to make a statement that they are not going to hike rates and then hike rates. A lot of leverage has been pushed back into the carry since they said we're not going to hike rates at the next meeting. So if they did, all of those people would get blown the fuck up. It'd be very bad. They don't want that. They don't want to create volatility in FX markets. I have money, but I'm not like filthy rich or anything. I'm not part of the 0.001%. Just like the 0.01%. Yeah, super out of character. Definitely agree if they did that. It would be a switch to the Pacific Triad. If they did that, China and Japan would probably start dumping UST within a week. That's not their MO. He's just saying that so we won't revolt. Quick, revolt! If you could buy a yacht, you've got money. What if I couldn't? What if I could like buy one, but then couldn't afford to maintain it? And not like a super yacht, like maybe like 120 feet. Actually, over 100 feet is a super yacht. Mega yacht is the one that's over 200. So I could do like a, yeah, I could do like 100, like a, I could do like 120-foot yacht. But then I'm broke. No. Eh, I could get a used one, and I wouldn't be completely broke. Maybe if I stream off of it and raise the price of Billionaire, it could cover the upkeep costs. Huh. What? What is it, Jen? Change your username to Boat Trader. I don't like being in the water, but I'm okay with being out of it. There's a couple 130-foot yachts that are pretty inexpensive. Like 2 million. I already have to take like vitamin C so I don't get scurvy because I'm allergic to fruit. The salty pickle. I would never put Elliott waves on my yacht. Yeah, I'm allergic to fruit. They have a lot of vegetables that have vitamin C in them. It's probably good. I'll trade Bollinger Bands. Ew. Hmm. Tomatoes are a fruit, not one that bothers me a whole lot. Mostly it's like pitted fruits and like shit in the apple family. So like I can't have peaches, plums, pears, apples, or like any tropical fruit. But I can eat avocado, tomato. Those don't bother me. Eggplant. Yeah, yeah. If they're heated up, I can have them. No, they don't have to be cooked. Yeah, I can have jams. Kiwi will actually like kiwi and mango will fucking just like end me. Pineapple doesn't bother me that much. But if it's jarred, yeah, I can eat any fruit that's been jarred or canned. I'm going to eggplant parm recipe release with any sign up of Pontiff. I'm gonna drop the price of Pontiff, raise the price of Billionaire, see what happens. What do doctors with less than 7 mil after 60 years of medical practice? Huh. Really? They just like not invest or save money? Who's a pediatrician for 60 years? Imagine a lot of people just open up a practice. You got kids coming in. You fucking jab them with vaccines and give them be like, oh, that's a cold. 80-plus-year-old doctors, unhinged as fuck. Well, like humans have changed. Also, you can continue to own a practice even after you're retired. Why is it that every time anything is proposed, JFresh is just like, do it, crank it now? Heard the monkey make the trade. Homer Simpson. No, time will be limited in the future. Right now, we can enjoy the benefit of it. Oh, what the fuck? The out of the money IV just shifted super hard again. What the fuck is going on? People are playing games on the tails. Red candle. Okay, yeah, fair. I think Dillionaire is the only thing that's cost the same amount of money since 2021. Flat. Netflix has gone up like 9 times. Costco hot dogs? That's a loss leader. No, it's all zero GPT positioning affecting it. It's just changes in the vol, but they're big. Just losing 20 was a really big shift in volatility. Dollar I don't go to those. They're all disgusting. Do you want like best slice of pizza, or do you just want it needs to be $1? Dillionaire is also a loss leader. I know. Really? Fuck you, Brett. Also, way too much of a reach. Isn't Billionaire a loss leader for Gamma Strike? Hmm. Is it? No. Dudes with 12 monitors to trade one SPY, one DTE contract a week. Can I quit my job yet? Would you be willing to accept a salary of $18,000 a year, Dork? For 70 to 80 hours a week of work? This goes for both of you. Billionaire is a net gain for me, a net loss for everyone who engages with me. You've made yourself very unpopular. Don't put that tattoo on me, Bob. I'd have to cut back on being alive. You guys don't realize this, but these are actual salary negotiations. When are you getting fired, Dork? I'll rephrase that. How much higher do Chinese tariffs need to go before you get fired? Everybody talks about how important our division is, so any day now. Oh boy. Dork's a dock worker? Yeah. Yeah. They were between 3 weeks and 2 years. That's the kind of stability that I'd like for Gamma Strike. This is interesting. Going down from here, bad. Well, below 10. Below 10 is bad. I have to go kill a fake Gherk. Hold on. Nope, not in here. Awesome. Okay. What Rick and Morty episode is this? No, George, I had a question for you. When we start like doing hedge fund things, um, would you be okay with working full time at other companies in order to spy on them? I can do that. I'm in. I'll work at McDonald's. It's not insider trading unless they have access to privileged information. It's perfectly legal. It's not even corporate espionage. Hedge funds do it all the time. Get your shit together, guys. Do I hold all the legal liability if I'm caught? Of course. If so, then fuck yes. Let's fucking go. I'm just learning to read. Give me time. Okay. Why isn't losing 10 is such a big deal? Because, well, it is. So if we fall under 10 here, speed and vata start to drop pretty quickly into a massive downside in gamma. And so it would kind of kick off the slide down. And could give us enough momentum to fall below 5,500. When we fall under 10, so let's do that. Could be neat. Probably won't happen. Just because it's neat. 80% of my profitability for the day hinges on us closing above 10. So be forewarned. You would never know that I've watched 5 roundtables. I wouldn't. Complete roundtables? I never skip the intro or the previous episode recap. Those aren't in there. Tomorrow's data is less about stagflation. I mean, a little bit, but less about stagflation. It's more about how quickly manufacturing is adapting to the tariffs, which will be, I don't think it's going to be very quick. I think we're probably going to continue to see fairly negative data out of ISM manufacturing. And then next week we have services, which is arguably more important. I think overall manufacturing is expected to continue to contract, but not at a very aggressive rate. And then it's likely that like employment is going to fall, and along with orders, but prices are probably going to go up even higher. So analysts are pricing in a very small. They're kind of pricing in like ISM bottoming out here, kind of like right here, and then it's going to start to turn around. But I think it's very possible that it just drops off more, because I think our entire manufacturing industry is completely reliant on Chinese input. Do we really trust the data coming out of this admin? Probably not. I mean, the methodology for the data is there. You can check it. Like today's data was a bit weird. Like the CPE or PCE data. Same like old man revising jobs. Old admin revising jobs 20 times. It wasn't just that. I mean, first of all, the calculations from the Trump era, that has to be revised every year. It's just that they haven't changed it, and so it's constantly undergoing revisions. It's also the speed at which the data is received, which is slow. Why would we do a trade war with the only country we can't win a trade war with? Well, that's not true. We may still be starting a trade war with Europe. We also can't win that one. You like all the charts and calendars? Awesome. They're just like screenshots from shit from research reports, but I'm glad you enjoy them. I just did that because I wasn't doing the whole write up that day. I felt like dog shit. I still do. This week's been rough for the allergies. I'm like double dosing everything. Doing pretty good on straddles though. Yeah, the Germans do a lot of manufacturing, but yes, they're manufacturing. I mean, that's what happens to advanced economies. We should be embracing that, not rejecting it. It's fucking stupid. Have you tried unfiltered sunshine on your taint every morning at sunrise? The machines we use to make the junk we buy from China are also made in China. Yeah. That's what people do in New York City on their rooftop patios, I assume. Yeah. What else would you do? Also, it's 343. Where's our trade deal or mineral deal? What's the thing they're supposed to be signing that they promised? Minerals, rare earths. Remember when Trump told us that he was going to solve the Ukraine war in 24 hours? I remember. Trump's healthcare plan. It's called "If You Get Sick, Go Die." These are pretty treasonous words. That'd be a shame if ICE were to do a warrantless raid. Yeah, just while I'm streaming and somehow accidentally rip my shirt off, Grim, to you. Grimty's already calling ICE now. ICE is the new swatting. Call the top. $50? What time is it? 45 minutes? Uh, I don't know. There's resistance at 40. If it breaks above 40, 50. It's a bunch of bot puts at 40, though. I don't have any tattoos. Is there news again? No. Just end of month shit. Also, we bounced off support. Wait a goddamn second. Fitch Ratings, New York, April 30th. 7 U.S. issuers across 5 sectors defaulted on their loan debt in March, while 2 issuers in different sectors defaulted on their high yield debt, according to a new Fitch Ratings report. The defaults drove March TTM default rates to 4.7% for leverage loans and 1.95% for high yields. Macro pressures from higher for longer interest rates combined with various factors such as weakening demand for consumer discretionary products or services contributed to the March issuer defaults. Supply chain disruptions affecting production and labor shortages that resulted in wage increases and operational inefficiencies also played a role. We anticipate increased default activity in 2025 from the sectors most vulnerable to tariffs, including automotive and retail, particularly those with international supply chain exposure. The broader uncertainty, lower growth, and rising inflation will also affect industries not directly affected by the tariffs due to declining corporate and consumer confidence. Although maturity walls have been extended across the LL and HY markets, most debt maturing in the next 12 to 18 months is from issuers rated CCC plus or below. These issuers will face challenges accessing the public capital markets to address near-term debt, leading to an increased distressed debt exchange activity. In the past, private debt has served as an alternative funding source during market dislocation, but is unlikely to provide refuge now for issuers with significant operational challenges or in cyclical sectors. Fitch revised our 2025 U.S. default rate forecast for LL to 5.5 to 6% from 3.4 to 4, and for high yield from 4 to 4.5% from 2.5 to 3%. Increases were driven by recent U.S. tariff announcements, which were significantly higher than anticipated. We now expect lower U.S. GDP growth in 2025, rising inflation, and single 25 bip rate cut in the fourth quarter of 2025. This creates a prolonged, elevated rate environment that will continue to pressure highly leveraged corporate issuers. Eesh. Ooh. See, end of month. No, it's not news. It's just end of month shit. Just fucking window dressing bullshit. Ooh, the QQQ calls are up. And they're in the money now. Ooh, nice. Still 8 minutes. So where we end green today? We're green right now. This will push out to 70. Or higher. No, they're not cash settled. Ooh, they just hit $5. I'm gonna close this shit. Or not. End of month always like this? No. Less fun and more stable environments. I'm out of my calls. That was fun. Right off doesn't need for weekly. Hmm. I think it's still trying to push higher. 75, 80. Thanks, Greek. You've made me a money-making machine. Awesome, man. I wonder if we're going to close below that. Oop, there's 75. 80? Hmm. Did leave a tiny gap back at 55.21. Nice, Tina. Just one 75-bit candle. That was almost 100 actually, 97 bips on the 15-minute. Oh, a lot of volume. Does this just happen every month? No, but right now there's a lot of stress. The fuck was that? Hold on. Jesus Christ. I thought it was ice. Ding ding. All right. So I didn't draw out the market maker's expected move today, but I would imagine that we fell right within where it would, right, kind of probably right in the middle of it, because it would have been like out here, but fewer points like that. Definitely exceeded the downside move in the intraday. So closing just slightly above gamma or delta neutral on the weekly. I think that's our first close above delta neutral on the weekly, which is somewhat significant. Although, data tomorrow, so it may not matter at all. We have ISM manufacturing first thing in the morning. And then for the end of the week, we have NFP and unemployment on Friday. So still a lot of data for the rest of the week. Over here on futures, we broke back up above the weekly open. Haven't quite tested the upside of this trend yet, so we still got a little bit of room out to like 56.15. I'm not sure if that'll be realized in the overnight or if we're gonna, fall back. I don't really think anything has improved sentiment at all. But we did get a little bit of interest off of the Chinese report on tariff negotiations possibly commencing, which means the government's been lying about them being ongoing. But anyway, regardless of that, probably not a lot of information in the overnight session. So we should be a little bit stable here. 5582, 5600, both probably supports to the downside. 5615 resistance to the upside. Dollar's still pushing up today, despite the move up in yields at the top end of the curve, which did pull back a little bit here at the end of the day. Now remember, a lot of this is end of month, like window dressing vis-a-vis money markets. So the move up into the end of the day is not meaningful on like in a macro sense. It is meaningful positionally, because spot's higher, but it has nothing to do with really anything else, and was generally expected. Commodities fell really sharply today, almost entirely in oil, but copper also dropping off really hard. This is a little bit recessionary. Probably. But I mean, oil dropping 3.71% today, I would say, is a pretty good sign that at least some people are betting on a recession. Yeah, we do have Microsoft and Meta earnings tonight, both of which will obviously have an effect. Their guidance will still have to be good, though. Beating revenue and EPS won't be enough. Correlation almost fully turned around on the by the end of the day there, but not fully. So probably levering back up into those tech trades, into the overnight session. I would imagine they both ran pretty hard into close. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Carry leverage, pretty flat on the day. I guess it closed a tiny bit higher, but forward yield on vol, flat day over day. It did spike earlier today up to about 10%, but the 10-2 years continuing to rise, and that's going to continue to create that long volatility demand. Remember, as these earnings pass today and tomorrow, there is a substantial amount of of risk in that guidance is not sufficient for the MMs carrying the long side of that dispersion to continue to stay long. And if that is the case, the unwind in volatility could lead to MMs selling off quite a lot of delta in those underlying components of the index, which would, push correlation back the other way and probably coincide with a drive down in the indexes themselves. That's more towards the end of the week because we still have Apple earnings tomorrow, and who the fuck else? Who else is reporting tomorrow? Apple and Amazon, right? One second. I'll give you some help in a second, Steve. Let me just run through this. Bond volatility pushed up a little bit yesterday, remaining elevated even with the drop in the 3-month correlation. Although that drop in correlation is starting to slow down. If we see correlation pick up on the 3-month, you could probably expect more bond volatility. But for now, probably yields up, vol down a little until we get more substantial news. Skew continues to turn back around to the upside, so short vol is still coming in. Correlation again moved down a tiny bit today, but VX higher over the course of the day. VIX and 3-month VIX also moved up today as well. So holding on to some of those gains. And vol short's still not, pushing us out of backwardation. So some confidence, but not a lot. The push and breadth, like I said, is kind of starting to flatten out. I think we see that today with, Russell down 90 points. Despite ESNQ and Dow moving up. Fed fund futures now back to a flat 5.5 cuts. The drop in growth and the drop in ADP employment probably both driving this a bit higher for 2 full rate cuts expected by the September meeting. And then lastly, the bear steepener picking up a little bit, up 6% on the day, pushing up towards that 55 mark. Although I'm far more interested if it gets above 60, which hasn't happened yet. Out here, we filled a little bit more of that upside gap on the bounce back today from the lows and our drop under the EMA 30, but have still failed to test the MA 50 to the upside and failed to fill the rest of that gap. Remember, we're still looking out to 56.96, 57.73 for confirmation of a reversal, so we're still well below that, and rejections down here can still fail, and a loss of the 54.02 level would be very, very significant and probably lead to another downside test, and then we'd have to confirm whether that's going to be a new low or a lower low. So a ways to go on that, but right now, I would say that, the continued failure to fill this gap to the upside is putting kind of a hard ceiling on the 5,600 level. We are going to start to get more sold calls above that. And so the potential on good news to squeeze that out is going to be higher. But each of these bounces to the upside, it's going to be more and more difficult to push through all of those sold calls. So while things could turn around and make this more bullish, the stagnation here and the consolidation is starting to shift a little bit more bearish, especially with today's new low. And as long as that continues to fail those levels, that gets worse. Gap fill tomorrow if Mag 7 keep going. Maybe. We'll see what their guidance looks like. That's what's going to be important. Guidance, I don't expect them to beat massively on earnings, but the chances of them beating are fine. But beating on EPS and revenues is not going to be enough. Everybody's going to be looking towards their guidance, because the economy has gone through a fundamental shift that is very relevant, especially to big tech, and people are going to want to know how that's going to affect their business going forward. Remember, the prices on all those big tech companies are, you know, very, very forward looking. And disruptions to those expectations can be pretty dramatic for their share price. So while they're up on the EPS revenue announcements, that's not necessarily going to persist through the entirety of the overnight session. They still have shareholders meetings. They're still going to discuss their guidance or not offer guidance at all, which could be even worse. So we'll see what comes. We'll see what comes from the guidance and where things end up in the morning. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Oh wait, I'm in a pickle. My husband recently passed. I'm so sorry to hear that, and has been a longtime follower. And you've been in the background of our daily lives for years. The pickle is the yes contracts, and I don't understand how to roll them. Can you advise where I can learn this? I don't understand how to close them and then open new ones at the same time. Okay. Quest trade. Can you direct message me on the Discord? Because I'm probably gonna need a lot more information than that to even tell you how to like walk you through the process. But if you could message me on the Discord, I could yeah, you can like share screenshots and stuff. Would you be able to do that? I need to find his. You don't need to find his. You can make your own. Just there's an invite link in the description of the video, and you can join the Discord that way. And once you're in the Discord, you can look, and I'm over on the top left side of the people, and or top right on the top of the list of people. You'll see Gherkin. You can click that and then message me through there once you're in the Discord. I'm sorry to hear about your husband. That's unfortunate. But yeah, happy to help you, walk you through what you need to do to roll contracts. Can't advise you on anything, but happy to help with the mechanical stuff. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll catch you later. Peace. Yeah, be aware of fake Gherks. Gherkin 3681. All right, I gotta go.